So Eddie Bayo steps in for the Bears. Tyler Freese gets things started with a walk. So it's a 1-0 count now on, actually I believe they did call it a strike. They did call it a strike on Bayo. So Freese on first base. If you're just joining us, nothing doing for the Tigers in the first inning as they got a base runner on with 2 outs with a walk, but Jeremy Polito was able to work out scoreless. It's an 0-1 count now on Bayo. Bayo had a good day on Tuesday. I believe he had 2 hits in that game. I know he had a double. He had 2 hits at least because he also had a hit in the last inning to get things started. So it's a 1-1 count now on Bayo. Bayo also had a sacrifice fly actually in that inning. He brought in Tyler Freese. As Freese is going to run, but had a hit and run on that as Bayo takes a swing at it. It was a curveball. I doubt he would have been swinging had it not been a hit and run. So now it's a 1-2 count on Bayo. See if Freese is going on this pitch as well. I doubt it. He's not. And Bayo's going to pop that one up. That one's in foul territory. Looks like nobody's going to be able to get there. And stays a 1-2 count on Bayo. Bayo's really been coming on as of late. He is hitting .291 this season. He's got 23 hits, 13 RBIs. Actually, excuse me, 9 RBIs. Walked 13 times, been hit by a pitch 8 times. So he's been a really good batter for the Bears. Been hitting second most of the season. Payne checks on Freese over there at first base. Freese is a threat to run, but I'd be surprised if he runs right now with 2 strikes. He is going to run, and Bayo's going to strike out. It's going to be a stolen base for Tyler Freese, but Bayo strikes out. So that brings up Tyler Maynard. So Maynard's been the best hitter in the lineup so far this season for the Bears. He's hitting .364. He's got 7 doubles, which leads the team. Also a team-leading 17 RBIs. He takes ball 1. Maynard does have a home run. 39 hits this year. So we see what he's able to do here in his first bat against Payne. He takes a big hack at that one, but misses. Bears going to try to strike first blood here against the Tigers. Bottom of the first inning. And he's going to hit that one up the middle, but right at the shortstop, and they're going to make the play, but Freese is going to advance over to third base. That brings up Noah Helton with 2 outs. RBI opportunity for Helton. So a productive at bat for Tyler Maynard. So it's a 6-3 put out for Maynard, and Freese advances. So 2 outs in the inning. Helton fouls that one back. Strike number 1. Helton coming into this one. He is batting .269 this season. 14 hits. 3 doubles as that one's taken for strike 2. Helton leads the team by a wide margin to hit by pitches. It seems like almost every single game he gets hit at least once. Wouldn't really hurt the Bears in this situation, but they would really like a single rather than hit by pitch. as Helton's going to foul that one off. Don't think anybody's going to get there. They do not. So it's still a 0-2 count on Helton. So Payne's way ahead here. As he takes ball one. If you're Ortega behind the plate, though, you got to be careful. Because if Payne spikes a curveball, you got to make sure you're ready to block it. So it's a 1-2 count to Helton. And that one is going to be taken upstairs for ball two. So Helton works himself back to even in the count. He's got to be thinking he's going to get something good to hit here. It's going to be a good count for him. As Payne's got to come, well, Payne doesn't necessarily have to come after him, but he probably will. He does. Helton's going to rip that one over to third base. A great stop by Castaneda. We'll be able to get it. He's not. And that is going to be a single for Noah Helton, but it's going to be an error on the third baseman, which is going to allow Noah Helton to advance. So it's going to be an RBI for Noah Helton. It'll be 1B5 and then do plus E5. Plus E5, and then do that, and then Reese is going to advance. Yeah. So Cam Revolt now in. It's now a 2-1 count on Cam Revolt. So Noah Helton does get the RBI. He was going to beat that one out, so a single to third base. Castaneda made a great stop, but he threw it away, which allowed Helton to advance to second. So there's 2 outs in the inning. So good job by Helton. And Cam Revolt's going to take a big swing at that one. It's now a 2-2 count. Revolt was one of the heroes of the game against Henry and Henry. As I mentioned earlier, at 5 RBIs. He had a grand slam. 3rd home run of the season. That's tied for the team lead with DeMarco Miller, who also hit a home run on Tuesday. He swings and misses, and that is going to do it for the bottom half of the first inning. But the Bears score on a Noah Helton RBI single over to third base, beats it out for an infield hit. Tyler Freese got things started with a walk, and we're going to head to the top half of the second inning. The Bears lead 1-0 here on the UPIKE Sports Network. Hello, folks. We're back here on the UPIKE Sports Network. We're in the top half of the second inning. Bears do strike first. RBI single by Noah Helton. A great play over there by Cameron Castaneda, but Castaneda was not able to throw out Helton, and in doing that, he was a little too aggressive. He threw it away, but didn't end up mattering as Helton didn't come around to score. So Noah Amenta is going to get things started for the Tigers in the top half of the second inning. He is going to take ball number 1. Amenta is a junior from Huntington Beach, California at a Golden West Community College. A lot of community college guys on this team for the Tigers as he takes ball 2. So Polito out for his second inning of work. In the first inning, he had a strikeout, 1 walk, and then a ground out to second base and a pop out in foul territory at first base. He comes back with a strike, makes it a 2-1 count. Amenta coming into today, batting .250 on the season, 7 walks. He's got 17 hits, 4 doubles. So it's now a 2-2 count. Polito trying to work his way back from a 2-0 count. And that one is taken. Good-looking pitch there by Polito. Doesn't get the call. It's 3-2. Polito's worked himself to a few full counts so far in this game. This will be his 27th pitch of the game. And that one's going to be fouled off. It's going to hit the UPIKE gym. So still a full count. Sorry about that, folks. We lost the power for a second, but we are back on and rolling. It's a 1-1 count now on Grant McCreary. He swings at strike 2. It's now 1-2. So you really didn't miss a whole lot. There was a line out to the left fielder, deep left field, as DeMarco Miller was able to make the play, and then there was a pop out to first base for Verbal. And now McCreary takes ball number 2. 2-2 count. Polito trying to get his second scoreless inning. And he does. So a strikeout swinging for McCreary. So we're going to step away quickly here on the UPIKE Sports Network, and when we come back, we'll have the bottom of the second as the Bears look to increase their lead on the UPIKE Sports Network. Hello, folks. We're back here on the UPIKE Sports Network. My name is Michael Pagano. As we're going to head to the bottom of the second inning, Ryan Sarton is going to get things started for the Bears. As Polito's thrown 2 quick scoreless innings. I forgot to mention, Game 1 is going to be scheduled for 7 innings, and then Game 2 will be scheduled for 9. So in the bottom half of the first, the Bears started off with a walk, then a strikeout, then a ground out. So they had 2 outs, but then Noah Helton, after Tyler Freese had stolen second base, and then he advanced on the ground out, he was able to bring him in from third base. So Ryan Sarton gets things started. He is going to take ball 1. So Payne back out for his second inning of work. Sarton is going to take strike 1 at the 1-1 count. Sarton just a freshman for the Bears. Batting .313 this season in 24 games. He's got 26 hits, 3 doubles. Leads the team with 17 walks. So it's a 1-2 count. As he's going to foul that one off down the first base line. A good job by him spoiling a good pitch from Payne. As once again able to spoil that one. Just made it hard enough on the catcher not be able to catch that foul tip. And Sarton is going to swing and miss, and that's out number 1. So that's going to bring up DeMarco Miller. So as I mentioned a little earlier in the broadcast, DeMarco Miller in his last plate appearance was hit by the pitch which brought in the game-winning run for the Bears. He also hit a home run earlier in, I believe it was in his at-bat before that, where he hit the home run. So he takes strike 1 as Payne's trying to get settled into the game after giving up a run in the first inning. That one is taken for a strike. So it's a 1-2 count now on Miller. Miller trying to get something going for the Bears. They have the only hit of the game so far, as that one's going to be taken for strike 3 by DeMarco Miller. So that's 3 straight strikeouts for Payne. He's got 4 in the game. That brings up Jared Kirkman, the third baseman. So Payne has really started to settle in after giving up that RBI single from Noah Helton. What was an infield hit? Cameron Castaneda had a great play on it, just was not able to beat Helton to the bag, and then unfortunately threw it away, which allowed Helton to get to second base. Didn't end up mattering, but nonetheless, it's a 0-1 count now on Kirkman. He's going to take ball 1. So the Bears going to see if they can't get something going with 2 outs. On deck is Mikey Swales if they get there. It's now 1-2 on Kirkman. Kirkman is going to pop that one into left field. It's going to be maybe a bloop, but no, it is not. It's going to be caught by the shortstop, Jorge Gonzalez. And that'll do it for the bottom half of the second inning. The Bears lead the Tigers here on the UPIKE Sports Network 1-0. I am going to stay with you for this inning. So after the pop out to the shortstop, that'll bring out Jeremy Polito for his third inning of work. We're going to get started here in the top half of the third inning. Leading off for the Tigers, Jacob White, the junior out of Lewisport, Kentucky, number 14. He is going to take strike one. A good-looking pitch there from Polito. One thing I've noticed from Polito is that when he is consistent and his command is good, he is tough to hit, as that is ball one. So Polito's got 2 strikeouts in the game. That is going to be fouled off. As that ball bounced off of the UPIKE gym, bounced up, and landed on one of the stairs. It's actually pretty amazing that that ball did not fall off the stairs. So it's a 2-2 count now on Jacob White. White is playing center field today for the Tigers. As I mentioned, this is a doubleheader. The Bears and Tigers will do it again about 30 minutes after this game, as that one's taken downstairs. It's a full count. So Polito's in what it is at least his 3rd full count today. In the last inning, he had a 1-2-3 inning. Fly out to left field, which was deep, as that one's going to be the... No, it is not. So a line out to the center fielder, Tyler Freese, making a nice play, making what was a hard play an easy-looking play. So great job by Freese. He covers a lot of ground. So that brings up Eddie Arteaga, the catcher. So as I was mentioning, in the last inning, they lined out to DeMarco Miller deep into left field, and then they popped out to the first baseman, and then Grant McCreary struck out to end the inning. That one's taken for ball one. So Arteaga coming into this at-bat leads the team with 11 walks. He's got 9 hits this year, 1 double, 1 triple, and 1 home run. So 2-0 count on Arteaga. Three-0 count on Arteaga. On deck is the leadoff hitter, Samio Uze. Uze is 0 for 1 today, grounded out to the second baseman in his first at-bat. A nice play by Campbellsville to start the game. So it's a 3-1 count after the good-looking pitch there from Polito. So now if you're Arteaga, you have a chance to try to hack here on a 3-1 count. Probably going to get a good pitch. He does, fouls it back, 3-2. So another full count for Jeremy Polito. 1 out of the inning. This is his 2nd straight full count. See what he's able to do here against Arteaga. You never want to try to walk the 9-hitter. And that one's going to be fouled. It is going to go out. Jared Kirkman had a beat on it, but just a little too far. And Arteaga is going to fly that one out to center field. Freeze is under it, makes the catch. There's 2 outs in the inning. So Freeze getting some work out there in center field. So that brings up the top of the lineup and Samio Uze. Uze is the designated hitter for the Tigers. Good looking pitch, just a bit outside. 1-0 count. So Polito makes it through the first time through the lineup unscathed. So we're in the top half of the 3rd inning, 2 outs. That one's going to be taken for strike 1. Polito is from Pomona, California. I believe he's a senior. As that one swung on, strike 2. Polito is indeed a senior from Pomona, California, Chaffee Community College. That one's fouled back. Still 1-2 on Uze. So Polito's way ahead in the count. You definitely won't want to give Uze anything good to hit here. Fouled back once again. A good job by Uze. Spoiling some good pitches from Polito. What you get when you're doing that is you see pretty much everything Polito has. And you just get more comfortable in the box. So it's a 1-2 count on Uze. Quick time from Uze. So as I mentioned, the Tigers coming into this game, they're 8-16, 2-6 in the Mid-South Conference. The Bears are 10-18, 2-6 in the Mid-South Conference. As Uze is going to fist that one in the right field for a single. So that will be the first hit of the game, I do believe, for the Tigers. It will be. So that brings up Josiah Clark. Clark in his first at-bat struck out looking. Clark is a redshirt freshman from Bradenton, Florida. So Uze being the leadoff hitter, you would think, just naturally, he might be able to steal, but you never know. Uze is coming into the game. He has 1 stolen base this year. But Mikey Swales has got a great arm behind the plate, thrown out several runners this year. So we'll see if the Tigers try to test him, see if they can't get somebody in a scoring position. On deck, if we were to get there, is Jorge Gonzalez, who walked in his first at-bat. It's going to be ball just a bit upstairs, it must have been. Still wouldn't rule out the steal here from Uze, as Polito's thinking the same thing. He throws over. Uze doesn't have a huge lead, but he's got a big enough lead to where he definitely could run if he wanted to. We'll see what the Tigers are thinking. Not going to run. It's going to be ball 2. So now Clark's in a good situation. He's also got the whole right side open, so if he's able to try to go backside on a ball, he could easily get a single through the right side. So it's a 2-0 count now on Clark. 2 outs in the inning, top of the 3rd on the UPIKE Sports Network. Clark is going to take strike 1. So that one's going to be high from Polito. It's the 3-1 count. So now if you're Clark, once again, 3-1 is pretty much the best count you can be in as a hitter because you know more than likely you're going to get a fastball. And it's going to be a good fastball to hit as he swings and misses. So now back to full count. So once again, Polito's in a full count. So the one thing about being in a bunch of full counts means you're throwing a bunch of pitches. So now Polito already at 60 pitches so far in the game. As he swings and misses, Clark not able to catch up to it. Polito with his 3rd strikeout of the game, 2nd of Clark. That gives the Bears an opportunity to try to put some more runs on the board as we head to the bottom of the 3rd here on the UPIKE Sports Network. Hello, folks. We're back here on the UPIKE Sports Network. My name is Michael Pagano. We head to the bottom of the third inning. Bears leading 1-0 in this one. Mikey Swales is going to get things started for the Bears, the catcher. This will be his first plate appearance of the game. After giving up a run in the first inning, Zion Payne has really started to settle down for the Tigers. He's got 4 strikeouts in the game. He had 3 straight at one point. So Swale steps in, trying to get something going for the Bears. Takes ball 1. Bears softball is also in action today. They play at 2 and 4 at Campbellsville. That one swung on a miss by Swales. So those games are scheduled for 2 and 4. The men's track and women's track and field teams are at the Montreat College Invitational in North Carolina. So that's the first day of that today. That's a 2-1 count now on Swales. Tomorrow we got more baseball. There's more softball at Campbellsville. The men's tennis team and women's tennis team are also in action against Freed Hardeman. They also play on Sunday against Bethel. So it's a 2-2 count on Swales. So a lot of action for UPIKE Athletics this weekend. Swales swings and misses. So that's out number 1 for Zion Payne. Brings up Tyler Freese. Freese in his first at-bat walked. Came around to score the only run of the game so far. Both teams only with 1 hit, but they also both had 1 walk in the first 3 innings. So Freese got on, stole a base, ended up advancing to third on a Tyler Maynard ground out, and then he came around to score on a Noah Helton infield single in the bottom half of the first inning. It's a 1-0 count now on Freese. He takes ball number 2. Takes a hack at that one. It's a 2-2 count. Looks like he wasn't expecting a fastball, as he was pretty late on that. And Freese is going to rip that one through the left side for a single. Bears have a base runner. So that brings up Eddie Bayo. He's going to take ball 1. Bayo in his first at-bat struck out. So the Bears have a runner on first base with just 1 out. Freese, always a threat to steal. As I mentioned, he did have a steal in the first inning, as Payne is very well aware of that. That one is taken for ball number 2 from Bayo. Bayo's always got a good eye at the plate. Never afraid to take a walk. As coming into today, he has 13 walks on the season, which is second on the team. That one is fouled off into the Tigers' dugout. You always got to be on your toes over there if you're in the dugout. So 2-1 count to Bayo. Bayo playing first base for the Bears. Payne is keeping a close eye on there over Freese, or on Freese over there at first base. You'll always hear coaches and players say when they're keeping as Freese is going to try to steal, and we'll see if they're able to get him, and he is out. So that's going to be a 2-6 caught stealing for Tyler Freese, and there's now 2 outs in the inning. So Bayo is going to swing and miss, but the wild pitch is going to give him the base. So that one So Bayo does reach. He strikes out but reaches on the wild pitch. So it's unfortunate there for Payne. That brings up Tyler Maynard, who's always a threat at the plate for the Bears. He grounded out to shortstop in his first at bat. He takes that one downstairs for ball 1. Maynard's going to foul that one down the third base line. It's a 1-1 count. So the Bears going to see if they can't try to put together a 2-out rally. They lead 1-0 in the bottom half of the third inning. In what is scheduled to be a 7-inning game. I do believe the first one's 7, second one's 9. That one's outside for ball 1. For ball 2. Maynard rips that one over at Gonzalez at short. Gonzalez plays it off the chest. And it's going to be, say it's going to be an error on Jorge Gonzalez. It is. So that's going to advance Eddie Bayo to second base. That brings up Noah Helton, who has the lone RBI for the Bears after getting an infield single in the bottom half of the first inning. He's got a chance of bringing another run for the Bears. So Gonzalez nearly had it, played it off his chest, and just wasn't able to recover. It was going to be tough to get Maynard regardless, but had he played it cleanly, he would have been able to get him. Helton takes strike 1. So in his first at bat, Helton ripped one over at the third baseman, Castaneda. Castaneda made a great diving stop, but Helton was able to beat it out, but then Castaneda threw it away. That one's fouled back by Helton. It's an 0-2 count. So big spot here for the Bears, trying to see if they can't take a 2-0 lead or more here from Noah Helton in the bottom half of the third inning. Both these teams sit at 2-6 in the Mid-South Conference, so both of them are looking for some wins. Payne looks back. That one is taken outside for ball 1. So a 1-2 count. Payne's thrown 60 pitches so far in the game. So we're just in the third inning. Both these pitchers have thrown quite a few pitches over the first 3 innings, but they should still be able to hang in there for a while. As Payne is going to step back and just keep Eddie Bayo in his mind. Don't see a pickoff attempt to second base very often. I'd be shocked if Bayo is running. Regardless, Bayo is going to run it because there's 2 outs in the inning, so he's going to be going on anything. That one is going to be thrown away. So a wild pitch is going to give the Bears runners on second and third. So 2-2 count here on Maynard, or on Helton, excuse me. Runners at second and third. Helton is going to ground this one over to third base, but they are going to call it foul. Castaneda honestly almost kept that one in play. If I were him, I would have probably just let it go, but nonetheless, it does go foul. So any runs coming in for the Bears now would be unearned after Gonzalez kept the inning alive with an error over there at shortstop. Helton is going to pop this one foul. We'll see if anybody's able to get there. And they do. So a foul out to left field is going to do it for the inning. And the Bears are going to head to the top of the fourth. They still lead 1-0 here on the UPIKE Sports Network. Hello, we are back here on the UPIKE Sports Network as it's going to be Jorge Gonzalez getting things started for the Tigers. So he takes ball one. He walked in his first plate appearance. So he's at 2-0 in the count. Polito back out for his fourth inning of work. He's thrown 63 pitches now. Gonzalez takes strike one. So the Tigers trying to get anything going. They only have one hit in the game. That hit coming from Uze. So it's now 2-2 count on Gonzalez. So despite only having two base runners, they have been making Polito work a little bit. He's had a lot of full counts. He might have another one here. He does. So it's a 3-2 count now on Gonzalez. And what I believe is the fifth or maybe sixth full count of the game for Polito. But for the most part, Polito's had a lot of success in the full counts. But he does walk Gonzalez for the second time this game. That brings up Castaneda. Castaneda in his first at bat, he fouled out to the first baseman, Bayo. So the wild pitch is going to move Gonzalez over to second base. So now the Tigers are in business with nobody out. It's a 1-1 count on Castaneda. That one's high on Castaneda, 2-1. So nobody out in the inning. If you're the Tigers, you're feeling pretty good, as Polito's having a little bit of trouble finding the zone. That one's fouled off. It's 2-2. So it's a 3-2 count now on Castaneda. Castaneda's going to rip that one in the right field. Helton's going to be able to catch it easily. We'll see if they do tag up. They do. Gonzalez is going to get over to third base. So good job by Castaneda doing his job as Gonzalez is going to advance. How much? So there's just one out of the inning. Jorge Gonzalez with a chance to come in for the Tigers. I understand we're having a little bit of audio difficulties. We're trying to get it figured out. As Noah Menta's up, he flew out to the left fielder in his first at-bat. So just one out of the inning. Jorge Gonzalez advanced on the wild pitch, and then he advanced to third on the fly out to right field. Amenta takes that one up. It's a 2-1 count. Polito trying to work himself out of the jam. Trying to keep this one a 1-0 lead for the Bears. It's now a 3-1 count on Amenta. Walk wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for Polito, but certainly would rather get an out. It is going to be a full count, so once again, another full count for Polito. He's had a lot so far in this game. He's thrown 77 pitches so far. He is going to lose a Menta, so another walk. That's going to bring up Verbal. Verbal popped out to the first baseman in his first at bat. This is Logan Verbal. Verbal's got 11 hits on the season, 7 RBIs. So runners on the corners. Verbal steps up, trying to bring in the first run for the Tigers and tie this game up. Verbal is a freshman from Goreville, Illinois. He's a JUCO product out of Southeastern Illinois Community College, or Illinois Community College. He takes strike one. As Polito checks over there on Amenta. On deck is Grant McCreary. McCreary struck out in his first at bat. So we're in the top half of the fourth inning here on the UPIKE Sports Network. The Bears trying to hold on to the lead. It's 1-0, 0-1 count. That one's going to be fouled back. It's now 0-2. As Verbal's going to get one stuck in the top of the fence. As we saw that happen, I believe, in one of the last games. As we were going to have a softball game, and I saw the baseball guys trying to get the ball down from the top of the fence. They eventually did. As Verbal rips out one foul, stays 0-2. So Polito's got a really good chance here to see if he can't get Verbal to strike out, which would be a huge, huge out. The two best scenarios for Polito here are a strikeout. The strikeout is the best scenario. A ground ball wouldn't be the worst thing, as that one's taken downstairs for ball one. But the middle infielders are playing back, so if they hit it to the middle infield, the run's coming in. As I was just pointed out by Obed Quiles, that could be a double play, which is very true. Third base wouldn't be terrible. Over to first base would be, we will see. As Bayo is holding on Amenta over there at first. So it's a 1-2 count. That one's outside. It's 2-2. Verbal rips it down the right field line. Once again, foul. He's got a few good cuts down that right field line. Not able to keep it fair, though. So it's now 2-2 count as we head into the seventh pitch of the at-bat. Polito, another foul ball. Coming into the eighth pitch of the at-bat. Verbal's probably seen everything Polito's had at this point. Nobody out in the bullpen, so this is Polito's inning. As it's fouled off once again, Verbal's really making him work. As Polito's now, this is the ninth pitch of the at-bat. This will be his 88th pitch of the game. So if you're Polito here, you really got to try to bear down if you're going to try to get through the inning and maybe another one, as that one is taken in the dirt. So it's a full count, another full count. And once again, wouldn't be the worst thing to have a walk, but that would load the bases with just one out. On deck is Jacob White. Jacob White lined out to the center fielder in his last at-bat. And Verbal fouls it off again. So Verbal is having himself one heck of an at-bat. coming up on the 11th pitch. We saw one in softball a couple weeks ago against West Virginia Tech. I believe it got up to 13 or 14 pitches. 16 pitches. As I believe she ended up striking out. But I could be wrong on that. But nonetheless, Logan Verbal trying to get something, trying to get a run in for the Tigers. He's got a great opportunity to do so. And he is putting up one heck of a fight to do it. And he's going to rip that one down the left field line. It's going to go, and DeMarco Miller makes the catch, but it's going to be a sacrifice fly for Logan Verbal. So the sacrifice fly brings in the tying run. As I mentioned, Jacob White is now up at the plate. Actually, excuse me, it's Grant McCreary. Jacob White's on deck. McCreary struck out in his first at bat. So it's a 1-1 game. 2 outs in the inning. Polito's got a chance to limit the damage. That one's going to be hit through the right side. So that's going to advance Amenta. So the Tigers starting to get a little bit to Polito. Still 2 outs in the inning. Jacob White's now up. He lined out to the center fielder where Freese was able to make a nice play on it. He takes ball 1. Polito now up to his 94th pitch of the game. Still nobody out in the bullpen. It's definitely going to be his inning. I'll be curious to see if the Bears keep him out there for the 5th. It's a 1-1 game now. As that one's going to be ripped by White, but foul. That one might have had the distance to get out of here. I couldn't quite tell. So your coach, Andrew Chuck, certainly not exactly what you wanted coming into this inning as Polito was rolling, but the Tigers started to get some good swings on it. As I mentioned, I'll be curious to see. I was going to be curious to see how Polito does the second time through the lineup as Jacob White takes strike number 2. So I'd say a single is going to bring in Amenta. And that'd be the go-ahead run. Big pitch coming up for Polito. That one's upstairs. Ball number 2. So it's 2-2, 2 outs. It's a 1-1 game. Top of the 4th inning. UPIKE taking on the Campbellsville Tigers. That one's taken outside, so we have another full count. This is at least like the 3rd or 4th in this inning alone. As that has been Polito's problem all day long so far, as he's had an incredible amount of full counts. Nearing 10, I would say. He is going to get White to pop it up. And Freese is going to camp under it. He makes the play, and that'll do it for the top half of the 4th inning. Campbellsville strikes for 1, but that's it. And the Bears and Tigers are now tied as we head to the bottom of the 4th here on the UPIKE Sports Network. Hello and welcome back to the UPIKE Sports Network. My name is Michael Pagano. We're in the bottom half of the fourth inning. Campbellsville struck for a run in the last inning. They had a sacrifice fly from Logan Verbal and what was one heck of an at-bat from Verbal. I believe it was 12 pitches. So leading off for the Bears here is going to be Cam Revolts. Revolt in his first at-bat, he struck out. Zion Payne's really started to have a good game so far for the Tigers. That's his 64th pitch, his 41st strike. It's 0-1 on Revolt. That one is taken high for ball number 1. That one is taken for strike 2. So now Revolt way behind in this count. It's 1-2. As we see somebody run out, we see a bullpen catcher for the Tigers run out. As that one's fouled back. So it looks like some pitchers might be loosely getting warmed up for the Tigers. I would say there's not going to be any need to get anybody going quickly as Payne's having a good game. Revolt's going to flare this one into left field. Will it get down? It will not. I believe that is Verbal out there in left field. It is. So there's one out of the inning. So that brings up Ryan Sarton. Sarton also struck out in his last at-bat. So just a 1-1 game here at the Johnny. Sarton's going to rip that one over to second base. The second baseman tries to make the play. Not able to do so. He's going to get an error on that one. As he basically tried to scoop it, he wasn't able to do it. Had he just kept his body in front of it, he probably would have been able to make the play, as it wasn't necessarily roped over there at him. So that brings up DeMarco Miller. Miller in his first at-bat struck out looking. Miller shows bunt, pulls it back, ball 1. That is Josiah Clark over there at second base for the Tigers. This is about as different of a game as you can get from Tuesday's game where the Bears and Emery and Henry were just hitting the ball all over the field. There's only been 4 hits in this game so far, which makes sense as it's not warm out here at all. It was very warm on Tuesday. As Miller's going to foul that one off on the bunt attempt, it's 1-1. Miller's been asked to bunt a lot so far this season. We'll see if Coach Andrew Chuck keeps it on. If he were to get it down and it's not bunting for a base hit, that would make it 2 outs with a runner on second. As Payne checks on Sarton over there at first base. I'd be surprised if Sarton's trying to go. Miller's also way back in the box, so it looks like he might not be bunting anymore, as you usually would go up to the front of the box. He's not. Miller is going to fly this one over to Verbal in left field, and that's going to be out number 2. So that brings up Jared Kirkman. Kirkman in his first at-bat popped out to the shortstop. So now for the Bears, you need a base hit if you're going to bring in Ryan Sarton. That one's taken downstairs. The Bears have been putting a lot of pressure on the Tigers so far. They have 3 errors in the game, but the Bears haven't been able to take advantage of the errors. There's been one from the third baseman, shortstop, and second baseman so far this game. That one's taken inside. It's a 2-0 count as they check down to first base, but he says he did not go. So Kirkman with an opportunity to get something going for the Bears. Downstairs 3-0. More than likely would need a double to bring in Ryan Sarton On deck is Mikey Swales. Swales struck out in his first at bat. Payne has 6 strikeouts so far this game. That one's going to be taken by Kirkman. So now if you're Kirkman, 3-1 count. Got a chance to try to take a hack. That one is high. Ball 4. That puts runners on first and second. Brings up Mikey Swales. So the Bears are going to pinch hit for Mikey Swales. I was wondering if they might. Looks like they indeed will be. As they're also going to go out and talk to their pitcher, Zion Payne. So we're going to have a quick break in the action. Still trying to figure out who's going to be pinch hitting for the Bears. So it looks like it's going to be number 20. Anthony Houck is going to be going in to hit for the Bears. It is going to be Houck. So Houck has been a pinch hitter a lot so far this year, so we'll see what he's able to do. So Houck with a big opportunity for the Bears. Runners on first and second. Pinch hitting for Mikey Swales. He is going to take strike one, a good pitch from Payne. If Houck gets another one like that, he's probably going to have to try to take a hack at it. So runners on first and second. More than likely a single into the outfield is going to bring in Ryan Sarton, barring an incredible throw. Houck is going to ground this one over to the third baseman, Castaneda. Castaneda not able to keep it, so it's going to be an infield single for Anthony Houck. So for the time being, we're going to keep Anthony Houck having a single. We'll take another look at it. But Zach Hill is going to come in to run for Houck. And Freeze is going to swing at the first pitch. And Gonzalez makes the play, and that'll do it for the bottom half of the fourth inning. The Bears, nothing doing. And we're going to head to the top of the fifth inning. Bears and Tigers tied at 1-1 here at the Johnny. Go ahead. Leading off for the Tigers is going to be Ortega, Eddie Ortega. As his first pitch, he's going to foul it off. So Ortega in his first at bat, he flew out to the center fielder, takes that one downstairs. It's a 1-1 count. So Polito is still out there. He's thrown 100 pitches now. I would think he's going to be on a short leash here in the 5th inning, as that one's fouled back. I would say regardless of what happens in the inning, this will be his last inning if he's able to get through. And it looks like, I want to say that's Grayson Harris. It is going to be Grayson Harris out there in the bullpen if anything gets crazy, as Ortega rips that one over to right field. Noah Helton not able to come up with it, so it's going to be a single for Eddie Ortega. As it was a good attempt over there by Noah Helton, but was not quite able to make the play. So that's going to bring up the leadoff hitter, Samio Uze. So Samio Uze, 1 for 2 in the game. He had the first hit of the game for the Tigers in his last at bat over to right field. He was able to get just enough on it. I would assume he hit it off the handle of the bat, but he was able to fist it out there into right field. So nobody out in the inning. So pinch running for the Tigers is number 20, Kevin Whitaker. So that one's taken outside. So it's a 1-0 count now on Uze. I think if Polito gives up another base runner here, this might be his last hitter, but we'll see. As Campbellsville's also getting somebody starting to toss over there in their bullpen. We're in the top half of the 5th inning. Whitaker's going to try to steal, and he's going to get the stolen base. So Whitaker steals second. Mikey Swales doesn't even make a throw. And so now the Tigers are in business. And a 2-0 count on Uze. That one's taken for a strike from Uze. So now the Tigers have all kinds of opportunities to try to bring in this run. And if you're Uze, pretty much all you got to do now is just try to hit it to the right side, and Uze is going to be able to get, or Whitaker, excuse me, is going to get over to third base. Obviously, a base hit will do the job too. He's going to try to bunt on the 2-1 pitch, not able to do it. So it's 2-2. I would think on that specific situation, I would think he's going to try to bunt for a hit, but he wasn't able to get it down. So now it's 2-2. The bunt's probably going to be off, you would think. Try to see if we can get a number on the Campbellsville pitcher warming up over there. It looks like it's number 11. So here comes the 2-2 pitch. That one is going to be hit over to the second baseman, exactly what you need to do if you're in that situation for Uze. That puts Whitaker over at third base, and now you got a sac fly opportunity at the very least for the Tigers. So it looks like we might be having a pinch hitter. That's Chad McCann over there throwing. We'll see if there is a pinch hitter or not. Josiah Clark was listed. It is going to be a pinch hitter. So it's going to be number 19 coming in to hit for the Tigers. That is Sam Fegerness. Fagerness. So it looks like the Bears, this is going to be it for Jeremy Polito. I do believe they are getting the ball from Polito, as we're going to have Grayson Harris come in for the Bears. So that'll do it for Jeremy Polito, but that runner on third base is his, so there might be another run coming in for him. So it is indeed going to be Grayson Harris. So, folks, we're going to step away for a moment here on the UPIKE Sports Network, and when we come back, we'll tell you a little bit more about Grayson Harris. So Grayson Harris coming into this appearance. He's got a 4.43 ERA, but he has been, I would say, a much better pitcher than that. He's been really solid so far for the Bears this year. He's 8 appearances. He's 0-1. He's got 22 2/3 innings. So it's Sam Fagerness is now hitting for Josiah Clark in this spot for the Tigers. There's one out of the inning. Kevin Whitaker's over there at third base, and the Tigers have a chance to take the lead. Harris trying to come in and be great for the Bears, as it's now 2-0. So in this situation, if you're Harris, you don't want to come in and throw strikes, but it is a 2-0 count. That's one thing that Harris has been great at so far this season, is throwing strikes and working quickly. So it's now 2-1. So it's tough if you're Fagerness here, is it's not easy to pinch hit in general, let alone pinch hit when it's about 45 degrees outside. So it's 2-2. As Fagerness tried to bunt there, but wasn't able to get it down. So now he's going to have to try to swing the stick here. One out of the inning. Ortega got things started with a single. Ortega came out, and Whitaker's now courtesy running for him. Uze grounded out to second base. And Fagerness swings and misses. A huge strikeout for Grayson Harris. There's 2 outs in the inning. So that's the third strikeout in the 2 spot this game for the Tigers, as that brings up Jorge Gonzalez with a chance to try to get a run in. Gonzalez hasn't had an official at bat so far in this game, as he has walked twice. As saving a wild pitch is Mikey Swales. A good job of getting a glove on it. It's a 1-0 count. So now Gonzalez is going to have to get a base hit or just keep the inning alive somehow. It's 2-0. On deck is Sam Castaneda, who's 0 for 2 today. Bears trying to work themselves out of a jam. Top of the 5th inning here at the Johnny. That one is taken downstairs. It's a 3-0 count. Seems like they're not trying to mess with Jorge Gonzalez too much. We haven't seen him swing the bat so far, so I don't know whether that's a good idea or not. I mean, he's walked twice. And he's going to take strike one. So 3-1 count. Gonzalez coming into the game has 6 doubles with 15 RBIs. So it's a 3-1 count. He is going to rip this one into left field. Will Miller be able to get it? It's going to go out of the ballpark. It is not. DeMarco Miller makes the catch on the warning track, and that'll do it for the top half of the 5th inning. The Bears and Tigers stay deadlocked after Grayson Harris works out of a 1-out runner on third jam. We head to the bottom of the 5th here on the UPIKE Sports Network. Hello, folks. We're back here on the UPIKE Sports Network, and we are now joined by Gary Justice.
Well, I tell you what, Michael Pagano, this has been an exciting ball game. Had some office work I had to take care of, but I've been tuned into the UPIKE Sports Network from my office. Hopefully Dr. Webb and Dr. Worth's not listening in, but I've been taking care of students and supporting the Bears. But here we're 1-1 in the bottom of the 5th. Exciting ball game.
Yes, it sure has been as Bayo's going to foul that one back. But, yeah, the Bears just got out of a jam. Ortega got it started. He had a pinch runner come in, and he was able to reach, I believe he stole second base. So he stole second base, and then he reached third as Bayo takes that one off of maybe the elbow pad, but nonetheless, Bears had a runner on the Tigers had a runner on third base with just 1 out. They were able to get out of it.
Well, we've been talking about Grayson Harris. His last 4 appearances for the Bears have been lockdown performances by the sophomore from Pikeville, definitely giving the Bears a boost out of this bullpen. And now you got the leadoff hitter off here in the bottom of the 5th, and now you got what would be 3, 4, or 5 coming for the Bears. Good opportunity for the Bears to win this game. Game 1, 7-inning ball game. Is that correct?
I believe so. That's what I've been saying, and that's what it's been so far this year. So hopefully they didn't change it on us.
Usually Polito's a 7-inning guy.
As Maynard rips that one to center field, but a nice play made out there by Jacob White. There's 1 out of the inning.
Campbellsville is always known as a good defensive ball club. Buford Sanders does such a good job for the Tigers, always one of the leaders in the Mid-South Conference. But here's the Bears are battling, and as Nolan Fernandez is throwing for the Bears in their bullpen. And again, now you got to bring up Noah Helton, who has opportunity been finding a lot of barrels here lately. Maybe he can find a gap and score Bayo.
So Buford Sanders in his 32nd year. Was he there when you were there?
He was coaching when I played back in the early 90s. Had a third baseman who played for him, the ball outside. He had a third baseman, Damon Thomas. He was back-to-back Players of the Year in the old Kayak, the Kentucky Intercollegiate Athletic Conference.
It always fascinates me when a coach has been around for that long, just to think of what they've seen and over all those games.
And also seeing the growth of the conference. That breaking ball caught the outside corner, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Yeah, so Noah Helton does have the lone RBI so far this game for the Bears. He singled in the first inning. infield single. Castaneda made a good play over at third base, but Helton was able to beat it out, and Freese came in to score.
And I'm not a very good judge as miles per hour. Obed's probably better than me. Kid throws baseball pretty good, doesn't he, Obed?
He's been having a good game. He has.
So Obed on his eyeball here, thinking upper 80s from Payne. He's demonstrated a good breaking ball as well to help the Bears offense, who was clicking on Tuesday in that exciting game since Emory and Henry, held them to 1 run here through 4 innings there in Bob in the 5th.
Yeah, I was saying earlier that that's about as different of a game as you can get.
Oh.
As Payne has 6 strikeouts in the game, and Helton's going to tap this one off the end of his bat, and that's going to be the second out as Amenta is going to have that one unassisted, so that is going to bring up Cam Revolts.
Revolt's 0 for 2 on the afternoon. Of course, Revolt coming big on Tuesday, Michael, as he hit the grand slam to get the Bears back into the ballgame there. And you know what? On this Friday afternoon, sure wouldn't mind seeing a 2-run blast. As you know, as he took the team lead shortly with 3 home runs on the season, then Markel Miller hit a couple ladders later to tie him at 3.
Yeah, and I believe Revolt ended up having 5 RBIs in that game on Tuesday. And so he's been having himself a great freshman season.
And on Tuesday, he was only a triple away from the cycle. Double, single, and a home run. And that home run being a grand slam.
Yeah, he's 0 for 2 today. So we'll see what he's able to do here with 2 outs. Chance to bring in the go-ahead run for the Bears. They're in the bottom of the 5th inning. As Payne has thrown 89 pitches so far. That's his 90th. As Bayo thought about trying to go over there to third base, didn't do it.
It's one of those situations there, Michael. You got to be reading the ball down. I know the ball barely got away from the catcher, though, but if you see that downward angle of the ball in the dirt, of course, now Bayo also run with 2 outs there. You got 5, 6 coming up. And maybe a situation let these guys hit.
Revolt is going to pop this one up into left field. It looks like Verbal's going to be able to make the play. He does. And that'll do it for the bottom half of the 5th inning. We're going to head to the top of the 6th here on the UPIKE Sports Network. It is still 1-1 here at the Johnny. So Grayson Harris, after getting the Bears out of a big jam in the top of the 5th inning, he comes out for his first full inning of work as he's thrown 2/3 of an inning as we're here in the top of the 6th inning. And leading off for the Tigers is going to be number 2, Cameron Castaneda, who's 0 for 2 on the day.
Both runs got 1 run. Both teams just got 1 run on 3 hits through 5.
Yeah, it is. Like I said, it's been a big difference between the 2 games, and it's a lot colder today than it was on Tuesday.
Yeah, definitely Tuesday was a nice spring day here. One little blast of winter, I believe.
But today, we've had worse so far this season.
Yeah, so
it's not too windy.
That fastball missed hot inside, can run the count even at 1. Again, that there's that pitch, Michael, that's really separated Grayson Harris this year. The confidence in the breaking ball. Always had a good fastball and changeup, but now throwing that breaking ball for strikes.
Yeah, when you can throw that breaking ball for strikes and also throw your fastball for strikes, I mean, you're going to be he's been a great relief pitcher, and a big reason for that is he's been coming in and commanding the zone.
And also, look how quickly he works. When Grayson is fielding it, it gets right back on the rubber. 1-2 delivery.
And Castaneda is going to ground that one over to Ryan Sarton at shortstop. Sarton's got to make a move. He
Nice.
does. A great scoop by Eddie Bayo, and there's 1 out.
That's a good point there, Michael. As far it looks like a routine 6-3 put out in the books there, but Eduardo Bayo Nice job keeping his head down on the baseball. Probably one of the hardest things to do in baseball, to scoop it at first base because the runner's coming right behind you. Did a nice job keeping the glove down. Used his hands like pillows, get the first out here on top of the sixth.
And Castaneda did a great job getting down the line. He made that hard on Ryan Sarton. As Amenta comes up.
I'm sorry, if you're playing for Buford Sanders, if you're not hustling down the line, you're going to be sitting beside him in the dugout. I promise you that.
So Amenta's 0 for 1 today. He did have a walk in his last at bat. As he takes strike one, it's a 1-1 count.
Glad to see DeMarco Miller playing today, too. Had a little bit of injury in practice yesterday. Took a little ball off the shoulder, so I'm glad to see him playing.
That one's taken downstairs. It's a 2-1 count now on Amenta. Amenta, the first baseman today for the Tigers in Game 1. So if you're just joining us, they were originally only going to play one game today, but then they decided due to the weather going to be cold tomorrow as well, as that one's hit to Cam Revolt. Cam Revolt makes a hard play look easy.
The difference there is, so sometimes Cam has developed better as a second baseman this year. Cam would try to throw that thing on the run. Did a little bit better job of setting his feet and throwing the baseball. It's easier said than done because you got to do it quickly, but he's able to get a nice strong throw to Bayo, quickly 2 down here and top of the 6th for the Tigers.
Yeah, and that brings up Logan Verbal. Verbal is 0 for 1 today with a sacrifice fly in his last at bat, and what was a great at bat for him. I believe it was 13 pitches. He ended up having a sacrifice fly over to left field, so a great fight for him. He brings in the lone run for the Tigers. As it's a 1-0 count on him, 2-0 now. As Harris is trying to quickly work out of the top of the 6th inning and give the Bears a chance to take the lead. Over there still warming up for the Tigers. I'll be curious to see if he comes in. It's 3-0 now on Verbal. Is Chad McCann, number 11. He's been warming up for the whole inning. But Payne is still throwing the ball well for the Tigers. As Harris comes back with a strike, it's 3-1.
It's tough as a relief pitcher when you don't know how to really pace yourself. Got to have communication from your coaches. If I need to go quickly or not.
And Verbal's going to hit this one into center field. Looks like Freese is going to be able to get it. He does. And that'll do it for the top half of the 6th inning. 1, 2, 3. Grayson Harris been something he's been doing a lot lately. That takes us into the bottom half of the 6th inning. It is going to be McCann. So we're going to have a new pitcher coming in for the Tigers. We'll tell you a little bit more about him when we come back on the UPIKE Sports Network. So Chad McCann takes over for the Tigers in the top half or the bottom half of the 6th inning. And McCann coming into this game, Gary, with 3.54 ERA. He's 1-0 on the season, and he leads the team, tied for the team lead with, this will be his team leading now, 10th appearance.
Definitely somebody Coach Sanders is used to going to out of the bullpen with his 10th appearance of the season, and the situation here 1-1 in the 6th. Again, reminder, folks, 7-inning ball game, and you know, these teams are the Mid-South is bunched up right in the middle. And it's something I know the Bears, they had their 2 wins in the conference this year, but it's very easily, if they take 2 out of 3 this weekend, heck, why not take 3 out of 3? It's an opportunity to move up in the rankings in the Mid-South, and let's start with game 1 here. McCann, a very effective reliever. He said he's 3.5 ERA on the season. So he's a very effective reliever for the Tigers. Let's see what happens here with, will it be 6, 7, 8? It'll be Sarton, Miller, and I guess Kirkman.
So Ryan Sarton is 0 for 2 today. He reached on an error in his last at bat. As he shows bunt, no doubt he'd be bunt for a hit in this point.
Yeah, the pitch missed high and inside as Sarton able to pull that back. And I really guess makes, again, the second straight game at this new look lineup with start moving the 2-hole down to the 6-hole. And it definitely helped the Bears on Tuesday. Let's see if they can pick up a win here in Game 1 in the Mid-South Series.
As Sarton nearly takes that one off of his shoulder, pulls himself back. It's a 2-0 count, so McCann very wild in the first 2 pitches.
Yeah, 2 fastballs coming in, both of them missed high and inside. Might be just something, he got me a little amped up in the 1-1 ball game. Let's see if he can get settled down here, but Sarton's done a good job at the plate taking those pitches.
That one is taken for strike 1. It's amazing how when you're warming up in the bullpen, it's easy to just pump in strikes, but then you get out on the mound and you're facing a batter in a game, it can be tough. As Sarton is going to ground that one right back to McCann, and just like that, after 2 balls, he throws 2 strikes, and there's 1 out.
Again, another plus velocity guy coming out of the bullpen. Sarton did a nice job getting hands through, but however, again, the best athletes on the team is on the mound there. He filled his position, got the out at first base.
Yeah, it made it look easy. That brings up DeMarco Miller. Miller also 0 for 2 today. Struck out looking in his first at-bat, flied out to the left fielder in his last at-bat. So the Bears and the Tigers are both trying to just scratch across a run any way they can. That one's taken outside for ball 1.
Again, rewinding back to Tuesday, Miller had a late game home run to help propel the Bears.
Also was the one to get the game-winning RBI, getting hit by the pitch.
You know, I was talking to DeMarco after the game. I went and picked up dinner for everybody, and I said, man, did that baseball hit you? He said, yeah, it got me barely on the jersey, and I made sure the umpire knew it got me as well, too, as the Bears picked up the 12-11 ball win.
Yeah, it's amazing how sometimes you literally do. It just nicks your jersey. You don't even feel anything, but you still get the base, as it's now 1-2 on Miller.
So nice change up there from McCann. Now that's where Miller's got to widen the stance and just shorten the swing, put the ball in play.
And he is going to get rung up. So DeMarco Miller, I think they got him on the swing. It might have been a strike regardless, but that is going to be 2 outs.
McCann's coming in. He's showing a plus fastball, nice changeup, and a good breaking ball there too. So you can see why Coach Sanders goes to him quite often out of the bullpen. But now let's see if Kirkman gets this going with 2 outs here in the 6th.
Yeah, Kirkman 0 for 1 today. Had a walk in his last at bat. He flies that one over against the UPIKE gym. It's an 0-1 count.
So if Kirkman reaches, it'll be A.J. Miller who will hit for the Bears. I got to see Swells and Miller both down there swinging. Yeah.
So Kirkman grounds it over to Castaneda at third base. Castaneda with a strong throw. And they're going to call Jared Kirkman safe.
This is a situation here again. So this is something that, of course, first base coach Kevin Justice I've been talking about. He's talking about how do you communicate with the runners. Only time you want to have somebody diving to first base is when the throw's high. They may try to tag you, and that's what the throw pulled the first baseman off the bag, come high, and Kirkman was listening to first base coach. Hey, get down, get down. He got down, come off the bag though, unable to get the tag. Kirkman will reach, and Mikey Swells will hit now though.
So we are going to give Castaneda an error on that play.
Yeah, that's a routine ground ball. He had his feet set. He just the throw got away from him. He dropped the elbow a little bit, and the base sailed. But nice job by Kirkman to recognize the throw coming off the bag, though. Get it down. Let's see if they can capitalize on the 4th Tiger error of the afternoon.
Yeah, they've had 4 errors. Castaneda's had a pair over there at third base. They had one over at short and had one over at second. But, yeah, like you said, the Bears have been struggling to capitalize on those errors. They haven't necessarily had a great chance to, but 4 errors is 4 errors. So we'll see what Mikey Swales is able to do in his second at-bat of the game. He struck out in his first at-bat. Then Anthony Houck came off the bench and pinch hit for him in the last at-bat, and Houck was able to get an infield single. Made it a really tough play on Castaneda. Castaneda wasn't able to barehand and make the throw over to first.
Well, Houck will tell you he's a very quick runner, but I beg to differ sometimes, though, Mike.
So Swales takes strike 1. It's a 1-1 count. The Bears trying to bring in a run as they're in the bottom of the 6th. If they were able to bring in a run, they would have a chance of winning in the top of the 7th. So Kirkman over there at first base. I wouldn't be shocked to see him try to run, but we'll see. Kirkman, we'll see if he has any stolen bases this season. He does. He has 1 stolen base this year, does Jared Kirkman, as he is potentially going to see if he can't make it 2. He does. He goes. Swales flares that one through the middle, but Jorge Gonzalez makes a good play over there at shortstop, makes the catch, and that'll do it for the bottom half of the 6th inning. We head to the top of the 7th. It is 1-1 here on the UPIKE Sports Network as Grayson Harris is going to be back out for his 2nd inning of work. We are back here on the UPIKE Sports Network. Top of the 7th inning. The Bears and Tigers are all tied up at 1-1. Nolan Fernandez still out there for the Bears if they need him, but Grayson Harris, who's been one of the most effective relief pitchers for the Bears, is back out for his 2nd inning of work, and he's been solid so far.
So it'll be 7, 8, 9 doing for the Tigers here in the 7th. Especially these late inning games, definitely get the first strike one, get the first out of the inning.
As that one's taken outside for ball 1, as McCreary is 1 for 2 today. He had a single through the right side in his last at bat. One of just 3 Campbellsville hits. Bears also have 3 hits, as they're going to say that was not.
So we went change up first pitch and went fastball outside on the 2nd pitch. Maybe I wouldn't groove a fastball here, but let's see, maybe go change.
That one's taken upstairs, so it's a 3-0 count. So we've seen this from Harris a few times so far when he's been out there, as he's gotten behind in the count, but he's yet to walk anybody. He's been able to come back every time. So he takes strike 1, does McCreary.
Again, folks at home, let's watch Grayson Harris on the mound. Does not leave the dirt. When he throws the baseball, he fields his position.
McCreary gets another good pitch to hit, fouls it off. So now it's a 3-2 count. So once again, Harris has worked himself back. Now we've seen, this is where Jeremy Polito ran into a lot of trouble in the game, as he had so many 3-2 counts. It was an incredible amount, and it really just worked up his pitch count. And McCreary is going to foul that one off.
Again, they're coached by a veteran coach in Buford Sanders who understands the importance of extending at bats and fouling things off.
And we've seen that a lot so far today from Campbellsville.
And if you'll notice on their swings, they will shorten up dramatically. They're just fouling off until they can find their pitch they can drive. Signs of a good hitter.
I think that's a lost art in baseball sometimes. There's a lot of guys, especially in the major leagues, that'll just take hacks no matter what the count is. As that one's grounded over to Cam Revolti, makes the play. There's one out.
And the stuff I want to point out there, too, again, Revolt's made these last 2 plays look extremely easy. I see him out here working all the time, taking extra ground balls, fielding the baseball in front of him and not on his heels. He's catching the baseball in front of him, sitting his feet and throwing across the first base. Getting the first out here in the 7th, Michael, is key for the Bears.
Yes, it is. As Jacob White comes up, he's 0 for 2 today. He's hit 2 into center field to Tyler Freese. As he's going to hit that one over to Ryan Sarton on the first pitch, and Sarton makes the routine play, and there's 2 outs.
So, Michael, on Tuesday, Alec and I were talking about Sarton. Had an error early in the ball game, responded with a good defensive game. Again, on there, fielded the baseball on the high hop, throws the baseball, and followed the throw to make sure it gets over to Eddie Bale. Now, quickly 2 outs here in the 7th for the Tigers.
So the Bears, if they're able to get this out here and get out of the inning, Ortega is up, as he's going to line that one into right field. So a single for the Tigers, so not so fast, but if the Bears are able to get out of this, they would have a chance to walk it off for the second game in a row.
This will be the top part of the lineup.
Yeah, so Samuel Uze steps in for the Tigers.
Got a pinch runner, I believe.
We are going to have a pinch runner. We see Kevin Whitaker come in to hit pinch run. He ran earlier in the game.
That was a nice change up from Harris there. The Artiga just got the bat out there a little bit, got his hands out, because that was baseball just past Revolt at second base.
So that one's taken outside for ball one. So Whitaker, he stole a base the first time he was in to run for Arteaga.
I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to run here in the seventh again. Try to get that runner in scoring position, put pressure on the defense.
So it's a 1-0 count. Uze is 1 for 3 today. He's hit it to the right side every single time so far. He's grounded out to second base twice, and he's also singled into right field. He got the first hit of the game for the Tigers. So on deck, if we were to get there, is Josiah Clark. Uze, good-looking pitch from Harris, but he takes it outside. It's 1-1, 2-1 now on Uze.
Yeah, I agree with Obed. I think he's taken off on this pitch right here. He's timed up. Grayson Harris delivered to the mound,
but he doesn't run. Uze is going to flare that one over to Cam Revolt. Cam Revolt makes the play. The Bears head to the bottom of the seventh inning. They have a chance to win it here on the UPIKE Sports Network. Actually, we're just going to stay here on the UPIKE Sports Network with you. So we'll see what the Bears are able to do. They're going to have
top part of the lineup, 1, 2, 3.
Yes, they do. 1, 2, 3. Freeze, Bayo, and Maynard.
McCain looked good. Looked very sharp there in the sixth. Showed 3 pitches, but Bears get this leadoff hitter on, get him over and get him in. Right? That's what Obed Kile says. Get him on, get him over, get him in.
Sounds easy enough. We'll see if the Bears are able to do it. They made it look easy against Emory and Henry on Tuesday, where they were able to get the bases loaded with no problem in the bottom of that inning.
You know, Alec Morgan calls the Bears baseball team a second-half team. He said, using a basketball analogy here, is later in the game, that's when the offense seems to show up for the Bears. And, you know, this one, it's been a well-pitched ball game by both clubs. But now the Bears played clean defensively. Polito and Harris have done a good job on the mound. Now it's an opportunity to give them still a chance to win, to set the whole momentum for the weekend here, Michael. They can pull this one off. Momentum is a real thing, folks.
If they were able to win this one, a lot of credit would have to go to Grayson Harris. He would get the win in this situation, but he came in, just 1 out of the inning, runner on third base. He came in, got out of that inning, and that was huge for the Bears and really kept the momentum, not necessarily on their side, but it kept it off of Campbellsville's side.
Well, maybe Tyler Freaks can pick up his second hit of the ball game here and get that leadoff hitter on.
Yeah, his second at-bat of the game. He's 1 for 2 today with a walk. He singled through the left side as that one's taken for strike 1. On deck is Bayo. Bayo's 0 for 2. He just got hit by a pitch in his last at-bat. And in the hole is Tyler Maynard, who's 0 for 3, but he did reach on an error by the shortstop. Freeze swings and misses. It's 0-2.
Now let's take that same mentality that Campbellsville has. Shorten up the swing and keep battling. See what you can do here, Tyler. Attaboy, it's it. Battle, 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 battle. Battle every pitch. If you don't give in on any pitches, you'll win a lot of the at-bats.
Yeah, and you really just got to make the pitcher beat you. Because if they throw a good pitch, that's one thing. But you just got to, like you said, you got to keep battling and just try to spoil the good pitches as best you can. So it's 0-2. Tyler Freese. Bears have a chance to win it. Bottom of the seventh inning. Freese fouls it off once again. So we'll see if McCann tries to go breaking ball. He's got plenty of time at the at-bat if he throws a ball. He's way ahead. So the Tigers coming into this game, they're 8-16. The Bears are 10-18. Both teams are 2-6 in the Mid-South Conference. As Freese takes that one downstairs, so just like you said, he is battling.
And that's the development of Tyler Freese as a hitter. He's doing a better job in a leadoff spot. Been one of the leaders on this ball club.
Freese is going to rip that one over Jorge Gonzalez's head into left center field, and the Bears have a base runner with Eddie Bayo coming up to the plate.
And that's what happens there, Michael, if you battle every single pitch. Oh, wait, real quick, Obed, coaching-wise, do you bunt here? You have to bunt. I know Eduardo doesn't like to bunt, though. He does? Okay, good deal. But going back to Tyler Freese, excellent at bat, battling every single pitch, got the pitch that he could drive. He gets the leadoff hitter on. Now the Bears setting up here.
So that brings up Eddie Bayo. As I mentioned, he's 0 for 2 today, but he got hit by a pitch in his last at-bat.
He shows early, good.
And he is going to lay down a bunt. Nearly would have been a perfect bunt. He would have got out, but it would have been great, and Freese would have easily made it over.
Well, the thing there is try to get out of first base line because you have a right-handed fielding first baseman, so that person would have to field and turn to throw to second base.
So it's an 0-1 count on Bayo. We'll see what they do. We'll see if he tries to bunt again. He does not. He takes that one downstairs. It's a 1-1 count, so quickly the bunt comes off. We'll see if it maybe comes back on.
And it looked like there that McCain actually crossed up his catcher, Ortega.
So Bayo is going to show the bunt again as McCann takes a quick throw over there, checking on Freese.
Yeah, that throw over just kind of see if they're going to show bunt or maybe try to do a hit and run, which I know you wouldn't do a hit and run in the seventh. And there you can tell you try to get people moving and then you let them swing. Then a base hit you had first and third, but there show Bayo was showing bunt.
See if he does again.
Also throwing over, you see if he moves his hands early. He didn't move his hands yet.
So Tyler Maynard's on deck. Bears have a runner on first. Chance to win it. It's 1-1 in the bottom of the seventh inning. Doesn't show bunt. That's outside 2-1. If you're just joining us, my name is Michael Pagano. I'm joined by Gary Justice as it's been a very well-pitched game. Jeremy Polito pitched, I believe, into the fifth inning. Yes.
Four and a third is dropping.
And then Harris has come on and been great since. As Bayo rips that one in the left center field, we'll see if it burns the left fielder. It does.
Score him, coach. Score him, coach. Score him.
And Freese is going to score
the
game-winning run.
Bears win. Bears win.
And the Bears on a walk-off double by Eddie Bayo. Tyler Freese scores easily. The Bears win 2-1 in the bottom of the seventh inning, their second straight walk-off win. And we'll be back in just about 30 minutes here on the UPIKE Sports Network. What a game, Gary.
I tell you what, check on Tyler Freese here. He ended up in front of the Campbellsville dugout, and Kevin is helping him bring across to the dugout. I don't know. I'm not sure what happened to him. Looks like he's okay. He got smiles on his face. Miss Christine's going to check on him, but the Bears win this one 2-1 on the walk-off double from Eduardo Bayo. Again, I was wondering if they was going to put the bunt on. They let Eddie swing, and he drove the baseball to the opposite field gap, and then Freese did a good job running the bases. And the Bears win this second consecutive walk-off. Michael, a little bit more exciting this time. Anytime you pick a Mid-South Conference win, it's always good. So I guess Harris will get the win for the Bears, and McCain will pick up the loss for the Tigers.
Yes, so that's going to move. That's going to move Grayson Harris to 1-1 on the season. And McCann's going to move to 1-1 on the season as well.
So the Bears go with 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors, clean ball game for them. The Tigers they scored 1 run on 4 hits, and they committed 4 costly errors for them on the afternoon. Pitching-wise for the Tigers, Payne got the start, 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts, one of those looking. Chad McCain pitches an inning. Gives it 2 hits, a run, it's earned. He struck out 1. That person was looking. So for the Bears, Polito goes to the first 4 and a third, 3 hits, 1 run. Hills earned 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. Gets a no decision. Grayson Harris goes 2 in the third, give 1 hit. He struck out 1 batter, and he pick up the win. And the Bears will move to 11 and 18, their second consecutive win. Consecutive 1 run win for the Bears. So as they picked up a 12-11 win on Tuesday against Emory and Henry, and today they pick up a 2-1 victory over the Campbellsville Tigers. So the Bears will move to 3 and 6 in the Mid-South Conference. We'll have another ball game coming up today, and then also we'll have Game 3 of the series tomorrow. However, the Bears win, Bears win. Always exciting to see a good ball game, and especially when the Bears win this one. So I guess we'll send it back to the station. We'll go a little break. But stay tuned, folks. We'll be having Game 2 coming up. It'll be a 9-inning contest between the Bears and Tigers. You're watching Bears Baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Welcome back to the Johnny. We're going for game 2. An exciting game 1. The Bears take game 1 of a 3-game series over the Campbellsville Tigers. So let's get going here. The Bears win out. And as a recap, just in case you're unable to tune in, the Bears take game 1 2-1. Eduardo Bayo with a double in the bottom of the 7th to score Tyler Freeze. The Bears will pick up the win 2-1. That moves them to 3-6 in the Mid-South Conference. Then also that will move them to 11-18 overall, and that's 2 straight wins for the Bears. See if we can get some stats going for you guys. We'll get you lineups. And so defensively for the Bears will be DeMarco Miller in left, Tyler Freeze in center, Noah Helton in right, Kirkman at third, Sarton at short, Revolt at second, Bayo at first. Mikey Swells will be behind the plate. And Ty Papaw Crawl will be on the mound here in game 2 in the afternoon for the Bears. And I don't have the lineup set for the stats are not pulled up yet. I'll pull it shortly. Squares around the bunt, fouls it off for strike 1. And Papaw Crawl up in the count, no balls and a strike. So it'll be the Bears win the 7-inning game. This will be a 9, and they'll play a 9-inning tomorrow as well. 0-1 delivery from Ty Papaw Crawl, swung on, fouled off quickly. No balls and 2 strikes. Saw a former Bear between games, Ryan Alberts, who's visiting some former teammates here, and also former Bear Dalton Daly's come back to cheer on the Bears, and a recruit from California in for the weekend. DJ Matthews. 0-2 delivery from Ty Papaw Crawl. Change up, misses low and outside. I run to count to a ball and 2 strikes. Again, I'm Gary Justice. We're joined by Michael Pagano doing some statting right now for us. 1-2 delivery from Crawl. Fastball's in. That runs it to a 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 delivery. Changeup missed outside to run the count to 3 balls and 2 strikes. Three-two delivery, swung on, fouled off.
Hey, are you about ready to come out here? Okay, because we could use you. I think they think the game's starting a little early for everybody.
3-2 delivery from Crawl, swung on, tapped toward Revolt. Field sets his feet, throws quickly in time for the 4-3 put out. It'll be the first out here in game number 2. Nice job. So here we got the second hitter coming up here. The game 2 started a little bit earlier than what we thought we was going to, but however, it's always a good opportunity to watch some Bears baseball here on the UPIKE Sports Network. Crawl will rock, fire, fastball, called strike 1. Oh, 1 delivery, changeup missed low and outside. I run the count to even at 1-1.
The stats are back up and rolling, by the way.
Perfect. Yeah, if you guys want to follow along stat-wise.
Sometimes the stats will get, you'll have the right stats page, but then it'll get messed up somehow, and then you'll have to go in and link the right stats page. So happens every once in a while, but we are all set.
2-1 delivery coming from Crawl. Swung on and missed, so even the count at 2. Two delivery upcoming from Crawl. Rocks, fires, fastball just outside, and now field the count up at 3 balls and 2 strikes. This is Gonzalez, the second baseman. 3-2 delivery upcoming from Crawl. Swung on, hit to Revolt. Sets his feet strong, throw to Bayo. And quickly, there's 2 outs here in the top of the first.
Yeah, and quickly two 2 ground outs to Cam Revolt, who's been having a solid day over there at second base.
You know, again, his defense has improved dramatically throughout the year. Brings up Ameda at the third baseman. First pitch misses high and inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Crawl with rock, fire swung on. Fouled off the UPIKE Gymnasium. I run the count to even. Ball and a strike. And if Crawl can get a ground ball to second base, we'll tie a Major League Baseball record. Swung on. Hit down the right field line. That'll be off the UPIKE Gymnasium as well. Now run to account to a ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, not a ton of changes in the lineup. A few guys had positional changes. They brought in Belcher to catch. That is, let me get you the name on that. That is Tyler Belcher will be doing the catching for the Tigers. And then Fagerness, we saw him in as that one's going to be grounded over to Revolt, and Revolt's going to have 3 straight.
Hey, pulls him off the bag.
Just as soon as I say that.
I thought he was going to tie a Major League record.
But anyways, so that will be an error on Cam Revolt. But anyways, it is Fagerness into play center field. That is Sam Fagerness, who we saw him pinch hit in the last game. And then also it is going to be Cale Seitz is going to be playing first base for the Tigers.
This will be White, the shortstop for Campbellsville. Swung on, fouled straight back. No balls and strike. Crawl's done a good job getting in front of hitters here in the first. Typically, Crawl's the Friday guy when we play Friday baseball. However, this is game 2 of the series. Just a change with some weather coming in tomorrow.
He's another guy that when he's throwing strikes, he is tough to hit. Not that he usually is throwing strikes, but he's a very consistent pitcher for the Bears. I
run the count to even, a ball and a strike. Crawl's he definitely pitches to contact. Does a good job changing speeds. 1-1 delivery upcoming. Change up outside corner. I run the count to a ball and 2 strikes. Crawl will come set. Rocks, fires, change-up, swung on, hit the Revolt one more time, fields it over to Sarton for the 3rd out of the inning. And the Bears were able to overcome the error by Revolt in that first inning. And we go to the bottom half. Tigers go scoreless. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Welcome back to the Johnny. We go to the bottom half of the first. Here be Freeze, Bayo, and Maynard. And on the mound for the Tigers will be Zach Bromstead.
Yeah, Bromstead coming into this game. He's 1-3 on the season. He started 5 games, thrown 16 1/3 innings, and he struck out 18 for the Tigers.
So again, the Bears score 1 in the first in game 1 and 1 in the 7th and win that one 2-1. And Pearl comes out in the first inning of game number 2, and Revolt handles the baseball all 4 times. He did commit an error, but he handled it 4 times in that first inning. Pearl did a good job throwing strikes, getting ahead of hitters as well. As Bromstead will complete his warm-up tosses.
And I was just going to say quickly, we'll go around the infield. As I said, there were a few defensive changes. For the most part, few guys came in. But anyways, behind the plate is going to be Belcher, number 28 for the Tigers. That's Tyler Belcher. You have Jorge Gonzalez now playing second base. Noah Amenta is now playing third base. He was at first in the first game. Jacob White moves from center to shortstop. You have Ortega, who caught the first games now and is the designated hitter. McCreary is over in right field. Fagerness is in center field. And then Seitz is in at first base. And then in left field is Uze.
First pitch, misses out low and outside. Freeze is able to hold up.
Yeah, so Freeze in the first game went 2 for 3.
Swung on, fouled off. And you know, Michael, in that 7th inning, Freeze battled with 2 strikes and got to a count where he was able to drive the pitch and get the single up the middle and ultimately scored on the double from Eduardo Bello. Nice job from the leadoff man.
Yeah, and as you mentioned at the end of the broadcast, he did come up a little bit gimpy at the end, but it seems like he's okay and ready to roll. It might have just been I don't know, excitement or something, but.
Well, I found out what happened. He was going out to celebrate with Eduardo Bello at second base. That runs the count to 2 balls and a strike. And he tripped over the on-deck circle for Campbellsville, and he fell in front of the Tigers' dugout. Fastball outside corner, run count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Swung on, fouled off again. Nice job of Freeze just staying alive. You can try to spoil as many pitches as you can to find the one that you can drive.
Yeah, and he reached base 3 of the 4 times he came up in the first game. He also got walked.
So 2-2 delivery coming to Freeze. Swung on and missed. Ball in the dirt. Freeze has tried to avoid the tag, unable to do so. And that'll be the first out of the inning for the Bears. I'll bring up Eduardo Bello. However, again, it was a strikeout, but Freeze was able, he saw 7 pitches out at bat, and that's what you want to have from your leadoff hitter, see as many pitches as he can. Show your teammates what kind of pitches he may have. And I'll bring up Bello, who had the double, the walk-off double for the Bears to win game 1.
Bears have had several walk-off wins this year.
I believe the write-up on UPIKEBears.com they call them the Battling Bears, and I love it. No balls and a strike as Alec Morgan, or SID, joined us up in the booth. Going to run the camera here in game number 2.
Bello went 1 for 3 in the first game, also got hit by a pitch.
Change-up called strike 2. I don't think Coach Anderchuk agrees with that call. However, you got to adjust to the zone here. So now Bello got to he'll widen the stance, choke up a little bit, and that's just called cover more of the plate.
Yeah, he is way up on the plate now. It makes it tough on the pitcher.
Ball in the dirt, ball and 2 strikes. Bello has one of the higher batting on base percentage for any Bears. I don't have the stats directly in front of me there. This is going into game 1 today.
Going into the first game, .431 on base percentage.
Yes, that means he gets on, out of 10 at-bats, he'll get on 4.5 times, which is amazing. 1-2 delivery upcoming. Swung on, off the end of the bat. Got the center fielder, he'll call for it and squeeze it for the first out of the inning. That's, how do you say that center fielder's name, Michael? I'll make sure I get it correct.
It is Fagerness.
Fagerness will squeeze it for the first out of second out of the inning. I'll bring up the Bears DH, Tyler Maynard.
So Maynard went 0 for 3 in the first game. He did reach on an error.
He's such a good guy hitting in that 3-hole for the Bears. Fastball missed high and outside. We're seeing fastball, changeup, and we've seen a couple of breaking balls so far from Bromstead here in the bottom of the first. 1-0 delivery upcoming. Swung on and missed. Leaving it at 1. You know, Michael, something Alec and I were talking about on Tuesday. You got, as a hitter, got to learn where he's going to be calling the balls and the strikes from. The umpire was very consistent, I thought, in game 1 today. As a hitter, you got to be paying attention when you're on deck.
Yeah, I'm not sure who was behind the plate for game 1, but usually it does change as Maynard grounds over to Gonzalez, and that'll do. But yeah, it usually changes in between games, so I'm assuming there's somebody new back there.
Yeah, so it shifts. The like the home plate umpire game 1 will shift to third base, and the third base umpire will shift to first base, and the first base umpire will shift to home. And so again, they'll do the same thing tomorrow. So I have a 3-game series. You got a 3-man umpiring crew. All 3 umpires will have an opportunity to call behind the plate. So after 1 inning of play, we're scoreless, and we'll skip right here, Michael, as far as you know, something with the Bears. They've won 2 games in a row, been playing some good baseball. They committed that error in the top half of the first inning, but it was just a throwing error as Revolt pulled Bayo off the bag. But, you know, defensively, after an early error on Tuesday against Emory Henry, they played clean after that one, played clean in that first game. They committed that 1 error in the top half of the first, but did not hurt the Bears. And right now, with our pitching staff, Michael, we don't have the guys who are going to have the big strikeout totals. We'll get some strikeouts. We don't have that high-velocity guy. We have pitchers who pitch to contact. But so it's key for the defense to play clean each game.
Yeah, it really is. And they've been doing a great job for the most part so far this season. It's basically been essentially the whole season. It's been the same infield, the same outfield, same everything. So they've been solid all year long. I mean, a few guys have changed here and there. Bayo's DH'd a couple times. Bayo's played third base a few times. But other than that, I think Kirkman played shortstop a couple games. But other than that, it's basically been the same.
So it'll be 5, 6, 7, Artiga, Belcher, and McQuarrie. Artiga will be the DH.
Yeah, and he had 2 hits in the first game. He was the only one with multiple hits for the Tigers, went 2 for 3.
Fastball swung on, fouled off. Swells is able to hang on to it. Artiga, like you said, caught that first game, did a good job behind the plate for the Tigers. Changeup outside. Run to count to a ball and a strike. Crawl get the sign from Swells. Shows a bunt. Fielded by Kirkman. Throws on the run for the first out of the inning. And I tell you something, Michael, Kirkman made that look extremely easy, as Alec Morgan doing a great job on the camera got that play. And again, Kirkman calls the third base his retirement position because, again, he played shortstop last year for the Bears, doing a good job for the Bears at third base. Excellent play there for the first out.
And I honestly think that Bethel series really just basically, what's the word I'm looking for? Just locked up the Bears defensively because they bunted so many times on us.
Showed a deficiency, that's for sure.
Yeah, and so I'm sure they've worked on that a ton over the last couple weeks.
Baseball swung on, hit towards DeMarco Miller, makes the grab for the second out of the inning. How's the catcher Belcher as he lines out to Miller. And that'll bring up the right fielder McQuarrie.
Yeah, we saw McQuarrie in the first game went 1 for 3.
He does a good job. He did a nice job fouling off pitches as well that first game. Campbellsville does a great job battling at the plate. Crawl will get his sign. Swells. Rocks fires. Changeup swung on. Hit the right center field. That ball be down. Freeze does a nice job cutting it off. Holding McQuarrie to a single. It'll be a 2-out single. That'll bring up
Sam Fagerness.
The center fielder.
Yeah, like I mentioned, he did come in and get a pinch hit opportunity. I believe he struck out when he came up and hit. Yes, he did. He came up and struck out in the spot of Josiah Clark, but that was his only at bat in the first game.
So Crawl is able to retire a runner who reached with 2 outs in the first. Let's see if we can do the same thing here with 2 outs in the second. Fastball swung on. That's going to be in the triangle as Freeze comes up throwing. nice job of McQueer staying on the bag. So back-to-back base hits for the Tigers. Now bring up number 9 hitter, the first baseman, Seitz.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
It is a tough one. I'm glad a lot of left-handed hitters in this Tigers lineup.
One thing I've noticed so far through the first 2 innings is that they are swinging early and often at Carl.
So that's their second hit of the ball game. Got 2 outs here in the second. So Crawl will rock, fire, changeup swung on. Took the Crawl on the mound to Bayo. A 1-3 put out again. The best athletes on the field, folks, are 60 feet 6 inches from the home plate as Crawl makes the play. And he's able to strand the Tigers. We'll go to the bottom half of the second inning. Tied to 0. Do it for the Bears. It'll be Hilton starting in revolt. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Welcome back to the Johnny. We go to the bottom in the second half. We're tied at 0. And Alec Morgan's going to be relieved by Jeremy Polito, the starter in game 1 on the camera. He has a write-up here just released. He says, I can say this. We have an All-American bowler, Christina Cateau, named All-American. Congratulations, Christina. As they're competing in Michigan in the ITC sectionals, the NAIA championships. And Obed Quiles has told me that they were eliminated. However, it was one of those games they bowled almost perfect. However, the other team was closer to perfect. So it's a good season for Coach Bobby Brown, though, and the Lady Bears. Noah Helton will dig in to face Bromstead. He'll rock, fire, swung on off the end of the bat.
Yeah, so Helton in game 1 went 1 for 3. He was the one that had one of the 2 RBIs for the Bears, beat out a infield single to the third baseman.
In each game, Michael, he started later in the season. He had a gallbladder removed in January. He was a little bit delayed to start. Each game, he's finding more and more barrels, hitting the baseball harder and harder.
And, of course, he's been hit 14 times. We're due for one in this game. He didn't get hit in game 1. He's going to get hit in game 2. I can almost guarantee it.
0-1 delivery. Outside. Gets past the catcher. Again, looks like he may have been crossed up on that one. Bromstead on the mound. Belcher behind the plate.
Yeah, and it gets tough sometimes. I remember I was playing in a summer league in Missouri, and it was a night game. It was a darker field. The lights weren't the greatest, and we were in Clarinda, Iowa. It doesn't really matter the story. Anyways, I was catching, and I thought a curveball was coming. Next thing I know, I see a fastball coming. I would say maybe like mid-80s-ish, and I just saw my life before my eyes. It was a terrifying moment. Luckily, I was able to react and catch it. But
that fastball catch the outside corner, a ball and 2 strikes. Catching is a tough position to play, folks.
And it gets tough. Like, when you get crossed up, it's a scary feeling. So I understand how you feel when
ball in the dirt. I'll even count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Coach Obed Quiles got 2 catchers up here starting to tell stories about knuckleballs and breaking balls and 2 balls and 2 strikes. Rocked, fire, swung on, hit hard. It must have been too cold for Coach Anderchuk to knock that one down. Let someone go by. Again, as Hilton found the barrel on that one.
Yeah, so Bromstead went 1-2-3 in the first inning, striking out Freeze.
2-2 delivery to Hilton. Swung on, fouled off, held on by Belcher, and that'll be the first out for the Bears here in the bottom half. I'll bring up Sarton, the Bears shortstop, the freshman from Johnson Central High School. So we got a little lineup change there. Sarton will hit fifth, and Revolt will hit sixth. So he switched those two guys around there. Revolt hit fifth, and then Sarton hit sixth last two games. So they're going to put Sarton here in the fifth spot. Just flip-flopping those two guys in the lineup.
Yeah, he also went 0 for 3 in the first game. He reached on an error as well.
Fastball missed high and outside. It'll be ball one. 1 ball, no strikes. Bromstead works out of the stretch, even with runners, nobody on base. Fastball is high and out. I run the count to 2-0.
So we've mentioned a couple times they are playing tomorrow as well. They originally only going to play 1 game today. They switched it, so now they're only playing 1 game tomorrow, and that 1 game tomorrow is scheduled for noon. And I think it's probably going to be about the same weather, if not a little colder.
Rock and fire. Fastball missed low and outside. 3 balls and no strikes. Definitely want to take advantage of the series today. I think there may be a little bit of weather potentially coming through tonight, so they definitely want to get the majority of the series in just in case.
Yeah, it amazes me. It's been hot, then it's been cold, then it snowed.
Fastball outside corner 3-1. And definitely this is a part of the spring as we're transitioning further away from winter. You still get that occasional little drift of snow, or of course last weekend we got a lot of snow.
Then it was all gone pretty much the next day.
Fastball high and outside be the first base runner for the Bears here in game number 2. As Sarton will reach on wild walk, and I will bring up Cam Revolt, the Bears' second baseman. Again, that top half of the first inning, he was active defensively as he recorded all 3 outs. Got an assist on all 3 outs, and he got to handle one more time, committed that error though. But the Bears was able to escape without any harm. Breaking ball, strike 1.
Yeah, Revolt went 0 for 3 in the first game. I was thinking about it. I think he went 4 for 5 on Tuesday, and his 1 out, he flew out to the left field wall.
And as the left fielder crashed up against the wall to make that grab like he was talking about.
So Revolt was definitely feeling good on Tuesday.
0-1, starting with a short lead. Bromstead will throw over the sights just to see if he's had anything going on. Sarton takes short leads, but he takes a bigger secondary lead, meaning once the pitcher throws the baseball, it takes a bigger hops. Breaking ball in the dirt. They'll even account a ball and a strike. Sarton again played for Sean Hall at Johnson Central High School. Very accomplished high school coach. Entered the Kentucky High School Baseball Coaches Hall of Fame this year. So 1-1 delivery coming from Bromstead to Revolt. Fastball outside corner, good pitch. Ball and 2 strikes. That one had a little giddy up on that one, Michael.
Yeah, that sure did. That was a good-looking pitch. That's a tough pitch to hit. It looked like it was right about at the knees.
Had a little bit of pop on it. So 1-2 delivery. He's went breaking ball a couple times to Revolt. So Revolt dig back in. 1-2 delivery coming from Bromstead. He'll look into Belcher. He gets his sign. He'll come set. Takes one last peek at Sarton. Change up outside corner, strike 3. That'll be the second out of the inning. And I'll bring up the Bears left fielder DeMarco Miller.
That was a good pitch. That was a great pitch from Bromstead there. Obviously, if you're Revolt, you want to be hacking at that, but it was a good pitch, and sometimes you just got to tip your cap to the pitcher.
Yeah, excellent changeup. Looked exactly like his fastball. Caught Revolt off guard a little bit. You put that away. To your next at bat, you win a couple more times this game.
That's the 3rd strikeout so far for Bromstead.
Breaking ball in the dirt, ball 1. So Bromstead typically is their game 1 starter of the series, just like Crawl is for the Bears. Again, as we've been talking about most of the day, just a little change up due to weather. So it's game 2. Ball in the dirt, gets away from Belcher, not far enough away. He did a nice job. Just the quickness there. He's able to block the baseball, get on top of it to his feet. But however, that makes it a 2-0 count on Miller. Swung on and missed. So we're in the count of 2 balls and a strike. Miller was trying to make this a 2-0 ball game on that swing, Michael.
Yeah, he sure was, and he's certainly capable, but he wasn't able to get it done on that pitch.
Again, he and Revolt are tied for the team lead with 3 home runs apiece.
One thing I've noticed with Miller is he is way back in the box every single at bat.
Ball inside, throws on to second base, starting safe.
Yeah, and Gonzalez a little bit banged up. I think it got him in the calf, maybe the thigh on the bounce from the catcher, the foot.
Yeah, so that one, Sarton sliding in, nothing, no ill will there. It's just baseball and Sarton arrived at the same time. That run to count to 3 balls and a strike, though. And
yes.
Sarton now in scoring position.
Yeah, and Sarton picks up his 9th stolen base of the year, which is now the team lead.
Getting 90 feet closer to scoring. Let's see if Miller can drive him in.
I mean, that's huge. It really is. That puts you in scoring position, obviously.
Especially with a 3-1 count. It's going to be hitter's count here.
And it makes it that much easier for him to score on a base hit.
Oh, hey, hit to the second baseman. Miller hit it right on the nose. Or as they call it, hit it right on the screws. However, right to the second baseman, Gonzalez. Now retire the Bears in the bottom half of the second inning. Go to the top half of the third. We're tied to 0 watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Welcome back to the Johnny as we go to the top half of the third. We're scoreless. So through 2 innings, Campbellsville has 0 runs on 2 hits. The Bears 0 runs and looking for their first hit. The Bears had a runner on that reached by a walk.
Yeah, we got the top of the lineup coming up, and Uze. Uze is 0 for 1. He grounded out to Cam Revolt. And another first pitch swing for Ty Crawl.
Break out the freeze. He'll sets his feet, makes the grab for the first out of the inning.
I was telling you before the inning started, I'm pretty sure they've swung at the first pitch 4 times in a row.
It's they're being very aggressive, and Crawl's pounding the zone. Use your defense. Bring up the second baseman Gonzalez.
Also grounded out to Cam Revolt in that first inning, and I think that's somehow. I mean Not somehow. That's sometimes how it is with somebody like Crawl. He's not going to be overpowering. You think you're going to get that great pitch, and you're just not on time, and you pop it out or you ground out or just don't get a good barrel on it.
Change up miss high and outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Breaking ball missed outside. 2 balls, no strikes. This is key, like a pitcher like Crawl. And we talked about he pitches the contact. Trying to stay ahead of hitters. 2-0 makes it harder. They still got a battle. Fastball, caught strike 1, 2 balls and a strike. Yeah, the Gonzalez was definitely taken until he got a strike this at bat. 2-1 delivery coming from Crawl. Swung on, hit towards Freeze. Freeze going back baseball, hit hard, deep, but in Freeze's glove for the second out of the inning.
Yeah, that Freeze made it easy. That he covered the ground like it was nothing. That was near the warning track, and he was able to make it a can of corn out there.
I tell you, Jerry Polito is phenomenal on the camera. I was following him on that one, watching the screen. It's like he's a professional over here. Let's bring up the third baseman, Amita. He also hit the revolt. He reached on an air, though, his first time.
Then the next guy hit it to revolt after that.
The next guy hit it, tossed over to start, and so very active in that first inning. Changeup, missed low and outside, ball 1. So 1-0 delivery coming from Crawl. Fastball swung gone off of Crawl's foot. Kirkman will try to make a play, unable to do so. Let's check on Crawl here. That'll be a base hit. I've had that happen a couple of times. I think he's okay. That's definitely a little scared. Scares you. But it was right off the shoe. And Crawl pretty quickly says, "Give me the baseball. I'm okay."
Yeah, and it's tough because, like you said, well, actually, I guess you didn't say. But anyways, it's kind of like a adrenaline thing sometimes being out there on the mound. It's like he probably feels good right now, but after the start's over, his foot's going to be sore at the end of the night.
And it's one of those things you want to get going as quickly as you can too, because the longer you sit around, especially on a cold day, you just want to keep moving, keep the blood pumping to that area. So that'll be the third hit of the day for the Tigers.
It also doesn't help that it's a cold day.
No, it does not help it's a cold day. However, it's going to be a single for Amita. That'll bring up White, the shortstop, who's 0 for 1. So a hit with 2 outs. He bounced out to Revolt, who tossed it over to Sarton the first time.
He's been swinging the bat well so far today. He did go 0 for 3 in the first game, but he had a few good barrels to Tyler Freese out in center field.
Crawl will come set, check on Amita. Swung on, hit the Sarton, who fields it, goes to the short out to Revolt for the third out of the inning, and we'll go to the bottom half of the third. We're tied at 0, watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Welcome back to the Johnny. We go to the bottom half of the third inning. I hit this over here. I'm sorry. May went blank. My fault. My apologies, folks. I hit the wrong button over here. Newbie up here in the broadcast booth. So I paid attention to Pawpaw as he come off the mound there. He definitely had a little bit of grimace going on, but definitely he's one of the leaders on this team. He's going to tough this thing out. And we'll be 8-9-1 for the Bears. It'll be Kirkman, Swells, and Freeze to face Bromstead.
Yeah, Kirkman's last at bat, the last bat of the first game, he reached on an error. It was that weird play where he kind of dove under the first baseman's glove, but he was able to reach.
So Bromstead will get his third inning of work for the Tigers. He definitely has some plus velocity on his fastball.
Yeah, he's got 3 strikeouts already in the game.
Fastball missed high and outside. I'll run the count even. I mean, I'm sorry, 1 ball, no strikes.
Yeah, no hits so far for the Bears.
Fastball outside corner, strike 1. I like the umpire behind the plate. It's considered old school. He'll shout out the call.
I like that, and I like it when they show you the count more often.
1-1 delivery. Fastball missed inside. 2 balls and a strike. Yeah, the umpire behind the plate also, folks, shows it immediately, too, what the count is. So it's 2 balls and a strike here. Communication's always key.
And it helps you a lot more up here in the press box than you would think.
2-1 delivery from Romstead. Swung on, fouled straight back. That'll even the count at 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
So as we've mentioned, we are scheduled to play 9 here. Just the bottom of the 3rd inning, still no score. As Bromsted's really been solid so far for the Tigers, but Ty Kral's matched them pitch for pitch so far.
2-2 delivery coming from Romstead. Breaking ball, miss outside. I run it full, which means 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, Mikey Swales on deck for the Bears.
I know Mikey's grandparents are tuning in. Definitely want to say hello to them. 3-2 delivery for Bromstead. Pitch missed low and outside. Be the second Bears base runner of the afternoon, or it's the game 2, excuse me, both via walk. I'll bring up Mikey Swales. And Michael, I know this is early. I would be surprised if you see Swales bunt here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be either, honestly. It wouldn't be.
With the top half part of the lineup coming up.
Yeah, it certainly would not be a bad idea to do so. We'll see if that ends up happening or not. We've seen Mikey be able to get him down this season.
Shows bunt. He bunted a high, snap throw to first. They're going to check if he went. Nope, ball 1. He was able to pull it back. Umpire is very polite behind home plate. Asked the field umpire if he went, and he says no, and he said thank you. Shows he has control of the baseball games. What that is, folks. 1-0 delivery coming from Bromstead. Shows bunt once again, gets it down to 3rd base line. The put-out will be to first base. Nice job, Mikey Swales. Allow Kirkman to advance to 2nd base, and now bring up Tyler Freeze, who struck out his first time. But now he'll hit with a runner in scoring position.
Yeah, and that was a great job by Mikey to get that one down, because that is, I mean, we've talked about it a couple times before. Bunting is not as prevalent as it used to be. It seems like it is more in the college game, but at the major league level and everything, I know that back in the day you used to have to be able to bunt, but that's not necessarily the case anymore. So for Mikey able to get that down is a great job.
Bromstead will rock, fire, breaking ball, miss high and inside to Freeze. A ball, no strikes as he pats his chest. So that's my fault catch, which is Belcher's behind the plate for the Tigers. Now let's see if Freeze can drive this fastball. I think you'll see fastball here 1-0.
Yeah, he struck out in his first at bat.
Fastball swung on, fouled straight back. That'd be a ball and a strike. Freeze from Etowah, Georgia. 1 ball, 1 strike. He'll match the 1 on his back that he wears. Kirkman out of 2nd base. Swung on, baseball hits the center field, and he'll make the grab for the 2nd out of the inning. Fagerness.
Yeah, that was a great swing there from Freeze, able to, obviously not able to get the hit, but I mean that's about as good as you can do. That's one of those where you go back to the dugout and you're feeling good, even though you made an out. You know you got a barrel on it.
Yeah, it's a good hit the baseball extremely hard. Just right to the center fielder. Got a barrel on like you was talking about. Now allow Bayo coming to hit with 2 outs. Again, he had that big double in game 1. Fastball outside corner, strike 1. Fagerness did a nice job out in center field. That baseball hit right at you, Michael. One of the toughest plays to make. You don't know if he'd be coming in or going back, but he did a nice job, caught the baseball for the second out of the inning.
Yeah, I thought for a second it might get over his head or just he might make the air on it, but he was able to make a good play.
0-1 delivery upcoming. Changeup, nice pitch.
Yeah, that was a really good-looking pitch.
Yeah,
Bayo was way out ahead of that.
Way out. I mean, and Bromstead's changeup looks exactly like his fastball upon delivery.
I think it was a revolt we saw. He struck out on the changeup as he, like you were saying earlier, looks exactly like the fastball, which is exactly what you're going for as a pitcher.
0-2 delivery come to Bayo. Changeup swung on, hit to the second baseman. He'll field it, throws across to the first baseman for the third out of the inning. And that will retire the side for the Bears. We go through 3 innings. It'll be no runs, 3 hits for the Tigers, no runs, no hits for the Bears. Which Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Welcome back to the Johnny as we go to the 4th inning of play. As Ty Papal-Crawl will complete his warm-up tosses here in the 4th.
It's going to be Eddie Ortega is going to lead us off here in the top half of the 4th inning, and Ortega in his first at bat grounded out to Kirkman at third base.
So it'll be 5, 6, 7. That'll be a part of the order for the Tigers.
Still just 3 hits so far in the game, all of them coming for Campbellsville. No hits for the Bears yet.
So Crawl will get his sign from Swells. He'll rock and fire. Ball in the dirt. 1 ball and no strikes.
Hitting-wise today, it's gone about as well as you would think on a cold day like this.
We're going to count to even the ball and strike on a foul ball. You're exactly right. It's a tougher day to hit, and the pitchers they're definitely, I'm going to say being dominant, but they're controlling the game right now.
That's for sure.
1-1 delivery coming from Crawl. Change-up outside. Called a ball, 2 balls and a strike. Crawl keeps his composure on the mound. He does not question pitches, which is a good thing to do. He just gets the baseball, gets back on the mound. 2-1 delivery upcoming. Swung on, fouled off in the Campbellsville dugout. Now even a count at 2. Two delivery coming from Crawl. Change-up, swung on and missed for the third out of the inning, and the Swells to Bayo to retire the side. I mean, I'm sorry, to complete the put-out, I should say, the strikeout. That'll be the first out of the inning. That'll bring up the catcher, Belcher, who's 0 for 1 here on the afternoon.
Yeah, Belcher lined out to DeMarco Miller in left field in his last at-bat. He got a good piece of it.
Crawl will rock, fire. Fastball missed high and outside, ball 1. Crawl looks fine after hitting the line drive off the foot last inning, I should say. Fastball, strike 1. A ball and a strike. 1-1 delivery coming. Nice pitch from Papal. A little breaking ball, strike 2.
Carl seems very similar to Grayson Harris. He gets up on the mound and he moves quickly.
1-2 delivery upcoming. Fastball swung on and missed. For the second out here in the 4th. Tell you what, since been hit by that line drive, Carl's got a couple of strikeouts.
Yeah, he sure does.
He got a little, get the adrenaline pumping a little bit. It's going to bring up McQuarrie, the right fielder.
Yeah, he singled to right center in his last bat. I believe on the first pitch he had a line drive out there.
Changeup, missed low and outside, ball 1.
Yeah, this hit the part of the lineup where everybody was swinging at the first pitch.
1-0 delivery upcoming. Swung on, fouled off. That run the count even. 1-1 delivery upcoming from Crawl. Change-up swung on and missed. One-two delivery coming from Crawl. See if he can strike out the side here in the 4th. He'll get his sign from Swells. Rocks fires fastball, missed high and outside. Even at 2. If you've tuned in to the UPIKE Sports Network before, you understand that means deuces wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Swung on, hit to Revolt. Fields it, sets his feet, throws on the Bayo. And it's a clean inning for Crawl here in the 4th as he strikes out 2 and retires the other one, 4-3. We'll go to the bottom half of the 4th. We're tied to 0. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Welcome back to the Johnny as we go to the bottom half of the 4th.
Yeah, Tyler Maynard is going to lead us off. Maynard is 0 for 1 today, grounded out to the second baseman on his first at bat.
Maynard, Hilton, and Sarton do it for the Bears here in the 4th.
Yeah, as I mentioned last inning, Bears still hitless, but they have reached twice on 2 walks from Ryan Sarton and Jared Kirkman.
Bromstead will begin his 4th inning of work for the Tigers. The 52-foot curveball called ball 1. Starting to see a little bit of action in the bullpen for the Tigers. Kind of surprised, to be honest with you. Maybe just trying to stay warm, stay moving. 1-0 delivery. Fastball missed outside. 2 balls, no strikes. I wonder if it's something, I don't know if this is an early visit. Bromstead has not given up a hit yet. I don't know if it's maybe an injury thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because there's somebody throwing the pin immediately, Michael going out there. And you get in a situation like that, I don't know, he's not really like grabbing an arm or a leg and he's just punched the knuckles with the catcher. They're going to leave him in.
Yeah, and you would think if it was a serious injury, he definitely would have come out. Yeah, like you said, we don't see anything up here. I don't know if it's just like I mean, it could be a mental thing too sometimes, so we'll see.
Yeah, so it's 2-0 to Maynard. But again, the reliever in the bullpen is throwing with intent. He's just not throwing to stay loose. He's throwing with intent. Fastball high and in, 3 balls, no strikes.
It's got to be something that they're used to seeing, because they wouldn't be doing this if this doesn't happen every time he goes out and starts.
3-0 delivery to Maynard. Fastball outside corner, run the count to 3 balls and a strike.
Still got no problem on his velocity.
No, it looks good, and his delivery's looking smooth as well. Just hopefully it's not an injury.
Yeah, he's only thrown 51 pitches.
3-1 delivered to Maynard. The ball hit Maynard. That'll be ball 4. Well, actually, it'd be a hit by a pitch.
Yeah, either way, I think it would have been ball 4. But, yeah, it seemed the umpire signaled like it was hit by pitch.
Yeah, like dead ball is. So it'd be the third base run for the Bears here in game number 2. Bring up Helton.
Yeah, so Noah Helton comes in. He struck out in his first at-bat.
He fouled a couple balls off. He hit extremely hard his last time. Showed bunt, ball outside.
I was wondering if he was going to show bunt, and he does.
Amita definitely was crashing hard.
On deck is Ryan Sarton, who walked in his first plate appearance.
Bromstead comes set. Breaking ball in the dirt, gets past Belcher. That allowed Maynard to advance on the wild pitch. Now run the count to 2 balls and no strikes. That puts the Bears have another base runner in scoring position. So let's see if the Bears can do something with this.
Yeah, this is another perfect opportunity for Noah Helton. All he's got to do is just ground the ball or hit the ball over to the right side, and Maynard will reach over to third base, and it'll be one of my favorite spots. 1 out, 1 runner on first, or runner on third. I just always thought that was a great spot as a hitter, because you really didn't have to do anything. You could get an RBI.
Helton shows bunt, gets the bunt down. Amita fields, throws on the run. Not in time. Infield hit for Noah Helton. Not too often do you see your cleanup hitter bunt, and Helton definitely bunting for a base hit there. That allows Maynard to advance from second to third, and that will bring up Sarton.
Yeah, like you said, that is amazing to be able to do that as your cleanup hitter. That doesn't happen very often, and if you're Coach Andrewchuk, you can't get much better than that. Being able to have, and also not only be able to lay down a bunt, but be able to beat it out.
And I tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised if I will let Sarton swing. I wouldn't be surprised if Sarton bunts.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. It would not be shocking. We know we can get it down.
So runners at first and third, nobody out. Helton at first, Maynard at third. Helton's going to steal. Belcher will throw through. Helton's going to be safe at second. Maynard's going to be safe at the plate. Bears leading this one 1-0. I believe it was a ball on Sarton, so it'll be a 1 ball, no strike count. So the last time I came to practice, Coach Andrewchuk said they're going to be more aggressive on the base pass the second half of the season.
Yeah, we'll see if they flash us the count.
Yeah, it's 1-0. It's a ball 1. Yeah. So now Sarton will hit. With the runner on second base. He shows bunt. Fastball, outside corner, strike 1. That run kind of even a ball and a strike.
Yeah, it's a great job for the Bears there. Able to score only 1 hit on the day, but 2 walks with a hit by pitch.
Yeah, well, they're right now they're moving people around. They're making the defense make a play.
It's amazing how much pressure that puts on the defense. It seems so easy, but it really is hard, especially on plays like that. You never know whether you're going to throw down or not. And they throw down, and Maynard scored easily.
Fastball swung on a miss. I run the count to a ball and 2 strikes. Nice piece of base running by Helton. But also Maynard not hesitating, going on the throw.
We saw that at Alice Lloyd. I was up with the team at Alice Lloyd. The same thing happened in that game. They scored on a stolen base.
So now here, Sarton have to have a productive out. A ball and 2 strikes. Got to choke him on the bat. Short swing. hit the baseball to the right side. Breaking ball missed high and outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sarton, a very fundamentally sound player. I'd be surprised if he doesn't hit this baseball to the right side.
Yeah, him and Revolt have definitely been showing a lot of promise for just being freshmen.
2-2 delivery upcoming. Breaking ball, called strike 3. Big time pitch from Romstead. Will be the first out of the inning here in the bottom half of the 4th. Bring up Cam Revolt, who struck out looking his last time.
But runners still out there at second base with only 1 out.
It's an opportunity. You have a Revolt, followed by Miller, then Kirkman. Let's see if they can hit with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, he's hitless today, so he's due for a base hit. I would say that it might be the third. I would say the pickoff to second base is one of the most. What am I trying to say?
I'll tell you a funny interaction here. Coach Henderchuk was talking to the third base umpire, and then the behind the home plate umpire was talking to Henderchuk, and he said, I was talking to this guy. One gone, hit to the second baseman. He fields it. He'll throw on the first baseman for the second out of the inning. Hilton will advance from second to third on the play.
What I was trying to say was it's rare. You don't see somebody try to pick off the second very often, but then I was thinking you also don't see somebody try to pick off the third base very often either. And most of the time when somebody does step off and look back at second base, they don't even throw it. They just kind of show.
So I'll bring up DeMarco Miller, 0 for 1 here in game number 2.
Yeah, he put a good barrel on the ball in the first at bat. He lined out over there to Jorge Gonzalez at second base.
So Bromstead will rock, fire, fastball, miss low and in. A ball and no strikes. Bears win game 1, 2-1 on an Eduardo Bello double, scoring Tyler Freeze. And then on a double steal here in the 4th, the Bears score the first run, leading this one 1-0. Fastball missed high and inside, 2 balls, no strikes. Still have action in the Tiger bullpen.
Yeah, it seems like Bromstead's been able to calm himself down a little bit. He did give up the run, but he seems like he's settled in this inning.
Two-0 delivery upcoming. Bromstead missed high and outside. Run the count 3 balls, no strikes. Jeremy Polito, put on your coaching cap. You have him take to get a strike here. You let him swing or take? All right, so Polito says let's take.
I'm
3-0.
saying let's take 2.
And both of you guys are right. Ball 4. That'd be the third walk. So the Bears have had 5 base runners, only 1 hit. 3 walks, hit by pitch, and a single. And up at runners on first and third. They bring up Jared Kirkman.
He walked in his first at bat.
So we have 2 outs this time. Miller has good speed at first base. The situation here, do you start the runner? Maybe a situation where you have Bromstead throw a strike, though he just missed on 4 straight pitches.
And I think that Campbellsville is going to be more ready than they were earlier in the inning if they were to run, because that's how the first run scored.
Miller's on the move. Breaking ball, called strike 1. Miller will steal second, so put runners at second and third with 2 outs. A strike called on the pitch, on the breaking ball. So the Campbellsville defense is playing back. They're wanting to get out of first base if they can. 0-1 delivery coming from Bromstead. Breaking ball missed high this time. A ball and a strike.
Yeah, so that's 5 of 6 for Bromstead balls. We'll see if Kirkman continues to be very patient at the plate. If he were able to get on, they'd bring up Mikey Swales.
Bromstead will come set. 1-1 delivery upcoming. Fastball missed low and outside. Run to count to 2 balls and a strike. 2-1 delivery coming from Bromstead. Swung on, popped up. That'll be out of play. Be off the UPIKE Gymnasium. I see Mikey Swell's brother Matthew is going to be getting on top of that baseball for us. Got Deuces Wild here in the bottom of the fourth. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bears leading this one 1-0. DeMarco Miller take his lead from second, and Noah Hilton to take his lead from third. Bromstead will come set. 2-2 delivery coming to Kirkman. Breaking balls high. He'll run into full. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah,
Bromstead wanted that one.
I was about to say,
that was
you
high.
could tell Bromstead wanted that one a lot. He started to try to make his way off the mound and kind of convince the ump to try to call that strike 3.
So a 3-2 delivery coming from Bromstead to Kirkman. Breaking ball in the dirt. They'll allow Noah Hilton to score easily. And DeMarco Miller will advance from second to third. I think we'll have Anthony Houck will hit for Mikey Swells.
Now, would you call that a wild pitch?
As a wild pitch, yes. So the folks at home, how do you determine if it's a wild pitch or a pass ball? If it's a ball, it's in the dirt before it gets to the catcher. That's what we consider a wild pitch. If it hits the catcher's mitt and it pops out, that'd be a wild pass ball. Have a pitching change. So Bromstead's day will be done.
Yeah, and it's really just, it's just been this inning.
So, Michael Pagano, we're out over here. I don't know if we have a stream going on right now, but we'll definitely keep the sound going on for you folks. We've got to change the battery. So, as we had to change. So, Bromstead's day is done, but he'll be responsible. Stay with us, folks. We're getting the video fixed. Stay with us. I'll make sure you know what's going on. So, Houck is going to hit for Swells here in the fourth. So Kirkman will walk for the second time here in game number 2.
Hey, I knew it was coming.
Bromstead, 3 2/3 innings, a hit, 2 runs, both earned. He walked 4, struck out 4. He's responsible for both runners on the bags right now. End up throwing 71 pitches. 36 balls and 35 strikes. Let's see if we can get you a number here. It's going to be number, I believe this is number 18. I believe this is Ryan McFarland, a freshman from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Ryan McFarland is the pitcher, number 18. So again, stay with us, folks. I know when the stream is down, the audio's working. We're getting everything working. Michael Pagano's doing the best he can. So Houck will hit for Swells. Swells will re-enter the game, I'm sure. So Kirkman will take a nice lead from first base.
Yes.
Miller to get his lead from third.
The monitor came back on. We'll see if it comes back up.
So that'd be ball 1. Swung on, fouled straight back. I'll even count of 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. So,
I just grabbed that one out of the Pelican case. Hopefully it's charged.
a ball and a strike to Houck.
Okay, sounds good. I'll let you know if anything happens again.
1-1 delivery from McFarland, freshman from Canada. Pitch on the outside corner called strike 2. Houck had a hit in game number 1 in a pinch hitting role. Coach Henderchuk yells out 1-3-1, 1-3-1.
I believe we are all set on the stream. And yes, Houck did have a hit. He grounded it over to third base. It was a tough play for the third baseman to make, and he was able to get
1-2,
it
the ball in the dirt. And he's going to be out at second base. Miller's run will not score. And so that will be the third out. However, that will retire the Bears here in the bottom of the fourth. However, the Bears will put 2 runs on the board thanks to one hit. And we'll just keep it right here, folks. We got a lot of things going on. So we'll go to the 5th. All right, so Swells will come back out to catch. I don't know if Houck will be able to hit or if that kills his at bat. That'd be interesting.
That is a good point. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. Jeremy Polito, you're a current college baseball player, so Houck was going to hit for Swells, who was going to re-enter. The third out was made with Houck at the plate. Can Houck still hit, or is his day done? It's yeah. You come to the broadcast booth, Jeremy, you got to think. It's a thinking man's game up here. Yeah, I agree with you. I think Houck's day will probably be done. He won't be able to hit.
That's what I'm thinking too.
However, Crawl, so they'll close the book on Bromstead, 3 2/3, a hit, 2 runs, 4 walks, struck out 4.
That's right.
So McFarland, he's on the mound for he coming get the last out there in the 5th, or the 4th, excuse me. Through 4, Crawl 4 innings pitched, 3 hits, no runs, no walks, and 2 strikeouts. Throwing 51 pitches, 33 strikes.
And we are indeed back up. We are ready. We're rolling on. We're rolling on the stream.
So it'll be 8, 9, and 1. Foggerness, Sights, and Uzi. Fastball outside the corner, strike 1. I see Bears baseball alum Adam Collins in the stands with his son Huxton. 0-1 delivery coming from Crawl. Swung on, fouled straight back.
Yeah, so Foggerness in his first at bat, he did something. I'm trying to figure out.
Foggerness he's 1 for 1. He's got a base hit. Hit that back-to-back base hits there in the second. Swung on, popped up. Bayo calls it. And squeezes it for the first out of the inning here in the 5th. And that will bring up Sights, the first baseman, 0 for 1. A little bit colder here today, folks, at the Johnny, and we got a little heater here in the broadcast booth, but he's getting it. He's not winning the fight right now. Sydney's agreeing with me. Yeah, she's shaking her head no. That's not a lot of benefit from the heater. Swung on, baseball hit towards Freeze in center field. Started in. Now he'll go back, set his feet, squeezes it for the second out of the inning.
Yes, that's 2 quick outs for Crawl. And Sights was the one that hit it off of Crawl's foot in his last at bat, or his first at bat.
Well, you know what? He's hit it hard twice, man. Hit that baseball hard there to Freeze. I bring up the left fielder Uzi.
Yeah, so he comes into this at bat 0 for 2 today.
Crawl will get his sign from Swells. Rocks, fires, fastball, called strike 1. Gets his sign from Swells. Now he'll rock and fire. Swung on, hit the bail at first. Try to keep it in front of his chest. Does so. Flips over to Crawl. Unable to get him, though. That'll allow him to reach. That's the tough one there, Michael Vagano. That's the reason you get paid the big bucks to make that call.
Yeah, that is a tough call. I'm not sure. So that'll bring up Gonzalez. Gonzalez also 0 for 2.
I mean, it was kind of a routine play, though. I mean, but the ball did take a hop off his chest. Fastball missed high and inside. I'll tell you how dedicated Michael Vagano is to his job. He's reviewing the play to make sure he gets the right call, error, or base hit. Takes things seriously, folks.
Was that called a ball?
The ball, yeah. 1 ball, no strikes. Oh, is it a strike? Okay. Oh, foul ball. Yeah. No balls and a strike. Crawl, throw over. Crawl, the long hold, rocks, fires, breaking ball, miss outside. So what was the official ruling there?
I'm going to give him a hit.
I agree with you there. Though, even the kind of 1 ball, 1 strike, that ball had a lot of overspin on it, come up just off of Bayo's chest.
It was not an easy play.
No, he was
Without the hop, probably, but with the hop, it was really difficult.
1-1. Crawl throw over to Bayo.
So 1-1 count here on Gonzalez. Flew out to center field in his last at bat.
Yeah, Uzi, he was leaning ever so slightly.
Yeah, coming into today, he had 1 stolen base. I don't think he stole a base in the first game.
Trailing 2-0. Remember, 9-inning game, folks. We're in inning number 5 here. Rocks, fires, breaking ball. Even at 1. I'm sorry, 2-1, excuse me. If Gonzalez is able to reach Amita, will be the hitter for the Tigers. Swung on, hit the left field. That baseball's going back, going back, going back. And that will be a 2-run homer over the left field wall, and we're tied at 2. Gonzalez turned on the outside pitch and drove it over the left field wall as Miller took a couple of steps and said that baseball, only chance we have, that baseball goes foul, and it stayed fair. With 1 swing of the bat, we're tied at 2.
Yeah, he got a great piece of that. It's hard in the press box here. We couldn't really tell if it was down the – it seemed like it was down the left field line, and he got a great swing on it, and now we got a tie ball game, brand new here, top of the 5th inning.
So B could bring up the third baseman, Amenta. Crawl will rock and fire. Amenta shows bunt.
Actually, excuse me, it was not Seitz. Amenta was the one that got the single off of Ty Crawl's foot in his last at bat.
So there'll be no balls and a strike with 2 outs. Swung on to Revolt. Fields says his feet, throws on for the 3rd out of the inning. However, the Campbellsville Tigers respond with 2 of their own with a 2-run homer from Gonzalez. We're going to bottom half the 5th inning, tied at 2. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless.
So welcome back here to the UPIKE Sports Network. My name is Michael Pagano, joined by Gary Justice and Gary. Mikey Swales will indeed have to come in and hit.
Yeah, it was one of those rare Houck entered the game to hit in the bottom of the 4th, and then Kirkman gets thrown out stealing, and then Swales re-entered, so that will conclude Anthony Houck's day after he saw 2 pitches. Fastball swung on from McFarland's first pitcher in the 5th. Fastball past Swales. Swung on, hit down the first base line, just foul.
It's tough for Mikey Swales. I mean, that would have been a great
That was close.
Yeah.
That was one of those things. I know Kevin Justice over there was trying to influence the umpire, but he was trying to influence the home plate umpire, and there's a first base umpire. I think he's trying to influence the wrong one. But however, it's no balls and 2 strikes. Ball in the dirt to run count to 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I think on a play like that, that's potential for potentially a triple. Either way, like you said, it's a 1-2 count. We'll see what Swales is able to do.
Farland will get his sign. Belcher, nope, he shakes it off. Now he'll rock and fire. Hit him. Now we should have a base runner for Swales now. And Zach Hill, the man, the myth, and the legend, will run for Swales. So Hill is the backup catcher for today. He'll come in and run for Mikey Swales. I bring up Tyler Freeze 0 for 2 here in game number 2.
Yeah, lined out to the center fielder in his last at bat.
So Hill is a good base runner. I know he's a catcher. He came in and ran on Tuesday against Emory and Henry as well too. Freeze shows bunt down the first baseline. Tough play. Freeze tries to avoid the tag. Unable to do so. However, the sacrifice will work. He'll advance Hill from first to second. I'll bring up Eduardo Abello.
Yeah, Bayo 0 for 2 today. Grounded out to the second baseman in his last at bat. So we'll see what they're able to do. And the first time that they had a sack bunt over to second base and weren't able to bring him in.
Swung on, hit to the shortstop. Fields throws across the diamond in time. Nice job by Sites at first base to pick it out of the ground. Now retire Bayo at first base. Now bring up Tyler Maynard.
Yeah, and Zach Hill definitely, I would say, messed with that throw from Jacob White, as White just kind of had to try to throw over Zach Hill, and it was a tough spot, but he got lucky that his first baseman made a great scoop.
Did an excellent job staying down on the baseball. So the Bears will have runners in scoring position once again. Tied at 2 here in the bottom of the 5th. Swung on. Hit towards the center fielder. Calls for it. Squeezes it for the 3rd out of the inning, and that will retire the Bears here in the 5th. As we go to the 6th inning, Campbellsville 2, UPIKE 2. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Welcome back to the Johnny. We go to the 6th inning. We're tied at 2. Ty Papal Crawl will begin his 6th inning work. So far through 5 hits, 2 runs both earned, and he struck out 2 on 63 pitches. Very efficient through 5, and 43 of those being strikes.
Yeah, it's Jacob White is going to lead off for the Tigers. He's hit into a fielder's choice in both his first 2 at-bats.
So 4, 5, 6 up here the Tigers here in the 6th inning. Breaking ball missed high, ball 1. Again, folks, all the fine camera work comes from Game 1 starter Jeremy Polito. Swung on off the end of the bat. Sarton makes a nice play as shortstop to retire the first out of the inning for the Tigers. He's going to bring up Artiga, the DH.
Yeah, Artiga's 0 for 2, struck out in his last at bat.
1 of 2 punch-outs for Crawl on the afternoon. Rocks, fires, change-up, just missed. Run the count, 1 ball and no strikes. 1-0 delivery upcoming. Swung on and missed, back-to-back change-ups. I run the count even, a ball and a strike. 1-1 delivery. Missed outside, 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, nobody's in the bullpen or anything for the Bears. It's definitely Ty Crawl's game. Only thrown 68 pitches.
Swung on, fouled straight back. It'll even at the count of 2. 2
really,
balls and 2 strikes.
Other than the homer, he's been really solid.
He's going to pitch to contact. As long as you play clean defensively, you'll have a chance to win. 2-2 delivery. Swung on, fouled off once again.
Which is really all you can ask for as a coach, is just your starting pitcher give you a chance to win the game.
2-2 delivery all over again. Break the ball in the dirt. Nice job, Mikey Swells. Keep the baseball in front of you. They'll run the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Crawl will get his sign from Swells. He'll rock, fire, swung on, hit past the 6 hole for the 6th hit of the game for the Tigers. And with 1 out, the Tigers have a runner reach base. Bring up Belcher, the catcher, who's 0 for 2 here in game number 2.
Yeah, Belcher's last at bat also struck out.
Typically, Michael, when you have the catcher hitting, you call that a good double play possibility. I really haven't seen Belcher run a whole lot today. Athletic looking kid, though. Got time at home plate.
Yeah, it's a great point, though. Definitely a good opportunity for the Bears to try to turn 2.
So here's some plyo balls up against the wall, so somebody may be starting to get loose a little bit. Swung on, popped up. Kirkman will call for it. He'll call for it, and he'll squeeze it for the 2nd out of the inning. And now bring up the right fielder, McQuarrie.
Yeah, that's a big out there for Crawl.
It is. You get to that, get to that 2nd out of the inning. Of course, I know it makes it sound silly, but get that 2nd out of the inning, because there's something about it. You take away that momentum whip from the offense. It's like, hey, we only have 1 more shot here in the 6th. But a nice pitch from Crawl to get off the end of the bat. Now he'll pitch with a run on first base with 2 outs. And McQuarrie on the day is 1 for 2 here in game number 2. Back in the 2nd inning, he and the center fielder went back-to-back with base hits.
Yeah, I'd be surprised to see Ortega running here, but you never know.
Change up, missed high outside, ball 1. Appreciate you guys tuning in to the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Watching Bears baseball. 1-0 delivery upcoming from Crawl. He'll throw over to Bale once again. Stay tuned between innings. I'll give you some updates what's happening in the world of admissions at the University of Pikeville. A lot of exciting things going on right now. What's going on the hill? 1-0 delivery upcoming from Crawl. Swung on off the end of the bat. Pass Sarton for the 2nd base hit of the inning. However, Ortega will stop at 2nd.
Yeah, and that's one of those where you can't do anything about that if you're Ty Crawl. I mean, you get it off the end of the bat, that's everything you can do. And if you're McCreary, you're just happy that's a base hit. You just get the old bloop single. So that brings up Foggerness. Foggerness is 1 for 2. Popped out to Bayo in foul territory in his last at bat.
So runners at 1st and 2nd. That'll be the 7th hit of the day for the Tigers. Swung on in the bat. Bale will call for it. And he'll squeeze it for the third out of the inning. So Crawl is able to escape slide jam. And we'll go to the bottom half of the sixth, tied at 2. Let's see here. It'll be 4, 5, 6 for the Bears. Hilton, Sarton, and Revolt. So the world of admissions, what's going on in the Hill at the University of Pikeville? A lot of excitement going on during my day job as Dean of Admissions. We have a lot of good things going on. We actually, this week, we surpassed the 4,000th visitor on campus since September the 1st. So a lot of excitement about the University of Pikeville. Tomorrow, I'll be unable to join the broadcast. I actually have a group coming on from Barberville High School that I'll be entertaining. Show them everything we have to offer at the University of Pikeville. I know Michael Pagano will be on broadcast. I don't know if Alec will be joining you tomorrow or not.
I am not sure.
So we'll definitely, but the game will be available on the UPIKE Sports Network. Michael Pagano will be with you tomorrow. However, be entertaining Barberville High School. And folks at home, if you know anybody in need of a college home, scholarships are still available at the University of Pikeville. Give me a call at 218, or so let's say 606-218-5251. More information, visit upike.edu. It's always a great day to be a Bear.
Yes, it sure is. I was going to say, Noah Helton's getting us started. He had a bunt single in his last at-bat.
And he tried to give the Bears the lead on that swing. It looks like Jerry Polito up there swinging the bat. And no balls and a strike from McFarland. Breaking ball swung on up the middle, off the second base bag. Allow Helton to reach for his second hit of the game. And has both of those for the Bears here in game 2.
Yeah, I think regardless of if it hit the bag or not, I think he was going to be able to get there. I don't even know if they would be able to field it. It was a perfectly placed ball.
Yeah, Gonzalez, even if he was able to field it, he was going to have a tough time setting his feet, throwing out an athlete like Helton. Again, I wouldn't be surprised here if you see Sarton bunt, put a runner in scoring position with Revolt and Miller to follow.
Yeah, Sarton 0 for 1 with a walk so far in his first 2.
Fastball high and inside, ball 1. McFarland's been solid for Tigers since entering the game for Bromstead.
Yeah, he's already been out there for a full inning and a third.
Breaking ball, strike 1, even the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Throws over to check on Hilton, not in time. Again, Hilton got a stolen base back in the, whatever inning they scored, that was back in the 4th. Sarton shows bunt and gets back to the pitcher. His play will be the first base, and just in time to get Sarton to first base. Hilton will advance to second. Now will be up to Revolt and Miller.
Yeah, another good job. The Bears have been laying him down all day long. They just got to bring him in.
You got to bring him in.
Cam Revolt is due for a base hit today. He's 0 for 2 today in this game, 0 for 3 in the first game.
McFarland check on Hilton. Fastball swung on. Hit towards center field. Call for it and squeezes it for out number 2. So Hilton will retreat. Revolt swinging on the first pitch. Flies out to the center fielder. I'll bring up DeMarco Miller. I believe he walked last time. Is that right?
Yes, he sure did. He's 0 for 1, walked in his last at-bat. Kirkman behind him has walked twice.
So leadoff single from Hilton. Sacrifice bunt from Sarton. Fly ball from Revolt. Got a runner at second with Miller hitting. Breaking ball, strike one. No balls and a strike here in the bottom of the sixth. Got 2 outs. Swung on, fouled off down the third base line. I run to count to no balls and 2 strikes. No balls, 2 strikes. McFarland will look in, get his sign from Belcher. They're rigging on the sign here. 0-2 delivery. Breaking ball swung on and missed. And that will retire Miller here in the 6th inning. And we go to the 7th. All knotted at 2. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Welcome back to the Johnny as we go to the 7th. We're tied at 2. And it's kind of funny here, Michael, because the softball team, aren't they in Campbellsville this weekend?
Yes, they sure are.
So the Campbellsville baseball team and the UPIKE softball team probably pass each other on the road going to both locations.
It's going to be Cale Seitz leading us off in the first here in the top of the 7th. He is 0 for 2.
First pitch hit left field. Miller goes back, and squeezes it for the first out. That baseball kept on traveling.
Yeah, they've gotten some good swings on Krall so far. Obviously, had the home run from Jorge Gonzalez, but for the most part, he's been able to scatter the hits and not really give Campbellsville a whole lot of great chances to score.
So this will bring up Uzi, who's a 1 for 3. Now, so Michael, let's look at this. This is the 4th time through the lineup they've saw Krall. So it might be something maybe start seeing a pitcher down the bullpen. I don't see anybody moving yet, though. But let's see what happens. Swung on. That baseball hit deep down the right field line. That's foul, though. Maybe strike 1. Got around on that one just a little early. Always tough to face a hitter 4 times.
Yeah, he's 1 for 3 so far. He had that single that bounced up off of Eddie Bayo's chest in the last at bat.
End up scoring as well. Swung on. Hit the center field. Freeze! A diving effort, unable to come up with it. And that'll be a 1-out double for Uzi. And the Campbellsville's got a little bit of business going on here in the 7th. Excellent effort from Ty Freeze, and almost came up with it. And that's going to bring up the second baseman, Gonzalez, who's 1 for 3. And I believe that is the 8th hit it is for the Tigers.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see somebody running out to the bullpen right now for the Bears. Nobody yet.
I would doubt if Harris would throw, but Fernandez was getting loose in game 1. You may start seeing some action down that way.
So Gonzalez, of course, hit the home run in his last at-bat to left field.
Rocks, fires, breaking ball, strike 1. No balls and a strike. This could be a big out here, Michael, for the Bears.
Yeah, it sure would be. They definitely need it. Be great if they could get the out and keep Uze at second.
Change up, miss low and inside. We're going to count even. A ball and a strike. I see Crawl is up to how many pitches, Michael?
He is at 82. He still looks efficient there. He still looks effective out there.
1-1 delivery upcoming. Outside corner, strike 2.
Still got the breaking ball working.
So it is Fernandez is going to the pen for the Bears. The senior from California.
Doesn't look like he has a catcher with him, though.
No, not yet. 1-2 delivery upcoming. Swung on. Hit to Helton in right field. Helton will make a play. Uzi's going to try a tag. Helton a strong throw to third. Not in time, though. A runner will advance from third on the fly to right field. However, it'll be 2 outs. And that will bring up Ameda, the third baseman, who's 1 for 3. So now Uzi will advance from second to third.
So that is a big out.
It is. So now this with, and I do see a catcher down there with Fernandez, but Crawl will be the one facing Ameda. Breaking ball swung on, fouled off. So but no balls and a strike on Ameda.
So this is definitely the biggest at bat of the game so far.
Swung on, fouled off. So no balls and 2 strikes.
This is one of those situations where if you Crawl, I think you got to go breaking ball, and you just got to trust Mikey Swales behind the plate. He's going to keep it in front of him.
Well, you know, if you want to trust anybody, that's who I'll be trusting behind the plate. Swales does a good job behind the plate, and he was shaking his fist at Crawl, said, "Let's go, we got this." It's almost like trust me here. 0-2 delivery upcoming. Fastball swung on, fouled off down the right field line. So, Michael, I'll tell you something. I have a conversation with Ty Crawl all the time on campus, and we talk about grunting on different pitches, and we talk about grunting on changeups, trying to trick the hitter. Well, that one had grunted on the fastball. I really like that because now he's mixing it up. Because if you just grunt on the changeup, people kind of get that tendency. Well, that one, he tried to pump that one up a little bit more. Let's see what does 0-2 on this one. That's what you talk about, how you spiked the breaking ball there. I run the count to a ball and 2 strikes, and as we talked about, Swales did a great job blocking the baseball.
And there's really no reason, at least right now, to go after him with the fastball if you don't want to, because Amanda's he's put some good swings on the ball. He's fouled off 3 pitches so far in this at bat. I think all of 3 of them were on fastballs.
1-2 delivery. Fastball just outside. And we have deuces wild here in the 7th. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, a score of 2-2. A lot of deuces on the scoreboard right now.
Yeah, walk wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Still just a 2-2 count.
Yeah, this is a situation. You still throw your pitch 2-2. Changeup swung on, hit towards right center field. No, that's going to be Helton in right field. Squeezes it for the 3rd out of the inning. Nice job, Ty Papal Crawl. And we go to the bottom of the 7th. We're tied at 2. Due up for the Bears in the bottom half. It will be 8-9-1. Kirkman, Swales, and Freeze. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless.
Hello, folks. Welcome back to the UPIKE Sports Network. My name is Michael Pagano. Gary Justice will be joining me soon as he is ordering the food for the team after the game. Jared Kirkman's going to lead off for the Bears. He's walked twice so far in the game. It's going to go Kirkman, Swales, Freese. Kirkman's going to show bunt, takes strike one. We'll see if he tries to show bunt once again. He doesn't, takes ball one in the dirt. So we're in the bottom of the 7th inning. Still 2-2. Bears scored 2. One of them was on a stolen base by Helton where they ran home. I forget who it was that ran home. As that one's going to be grounded hard. So Kirkman grounds one hard at third base. That's going to be an error on the third baseman, as he just wasn't able to stay down on it. So that brings up Mikey Swales. Swales is going to lay down the sacrifice bunt, go over to the pitcher, and they're going to get him at first base. So a good job by Mikey Swales, second sack bunt of the game. So that brings up Tyler Freese.
So I was ordering the guys food for after game. What did I miss here, Michael?
So they had a ground ball, went right through the third baseman's legs. So we had an error on that, and then Mikey Swales bunted him over to second.
So let's go Freeze. Let's go. 2-2 here in the bottom of the 7th. Breaking ball in the dirt. Ball 1. Fernandez is throwing for the Bears in the pen.
So in Freeze last at bat, he had a sack bunt. A lot of sack bunts for the Bears so far in this game. They've had 4.
Definitely using the small ball approach here in game number 2 in the afternoon.
They also had a bunt for a base hit from Noah Helton.
Fastball swung on, just missed. A ball and a strike. One ball, one strike, one out. 2-2 here in the bottom of the 7th. Bears looking to win their 4th conference game of the year. McFarland's delivery swung on, hit to the shortstop. Kirkman was running on the pitch. Freeze retired at first. I shouldn't say on the pitch. As soon as the ball was hit, Kirkman was running on contact.
And that's something that's tough to do sometimes because you're always taught, well, I guess not necessarily taught, but you don't want to run into the out at third base.
Correct, yeah. So what happens is, though, on that one, it was hit to Kirkman's left. So even though it was hit to the shortstop, it was still hit behind him. Felt a little bit more confident about making it, but he made a decision to go, and he went. Bring it up Bayo. Swung on, hit towards right center field. That baseball is going to get down. It is. Bayo around first base, chugging into second. Coach Henderchuk says, come see me at third base. The relay throw is getting to third base. Thought in time. Eddie Bayo with a 2-out triple here in the 7th to give the Bears a 3-2 lead. Look at that smile on his face as well.
First pitch triple. You can't beat that if you're Eddie Bayo. That gives the Bears the lead, their first RBI of the game.
So let's talk about, though, I don't know if Bayo wanted around second or not. Coach Henderson said, come on and see me, big man, as he did.
And he was able to get there pretty easily.
Oh, so I'll bring up Tyler Maynard. 0 for 2 here in game number 2. Breaking ball, strike 1.
One thing I've noticed about the Johnny is it is a triples part.
Oh.
If you're able to get in those gaps, you're going to be able to get guys like Eddie Bayo triples.
Yes. McFarland will rock, fire, swung on, hit to the shortstop, past the shortstop. Give the Bears a 4-2 lead here in the 7th. Tyler Maynard to come up big for the Bears. Back-to-back hits for the Bears scores 2 runs, and the Bears respond with a 4-2 lead. Fernandez no longer throwing for the Bears in the pen. He's down. That's going to bring up Noah Helton. Maynard gets his lead. Helton, first pitch swinging. See, he's got 2 base hits on the afternoon. He got that bunt single, and then he singled up the middle his last time up. He scored a run today, too.
Yes, he sure did. He was the scored the first run of the game.
0-1 delivery coming from McFarland. Ball in the dirt. Maynard stays at first. He'll even the count at 1. Maynard's one of the team leaders in stolen bases, but however, in this situation, I don't know if you try to start the runner with the fourth place hitter up.
Yeah, especially I feel like you already got 2 runs. You don't want to be too aggressive, but I also wouldn't be surprised if he did run. I would say you could go either way.
Maynard's he's a very athletic young man. He's on the move right now. Breaking ball gets away from Belcher at the plate. I run to count to 2 balls and a strike. So it'll be a stolen base for Tyler Maynard. So now Hilton will hit with a runner at second base. Two-one delivery. Swung on, hit hard. Coach Anderchuk says, let me get out of the way of that one.
Still waiting for him to get in front of one of them.
It's a season-long quest, Michael.
Granted, I would not have wanted to get in front of that one either.
There's a reason why I'm in the broadcast booth. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Deuces Wild here in the bottom of the 7th. Bears leading this one 4-2. Rocks, fires, fastball swung on, hit up the middle, and through it. Maynard's going to try to score. He does. The Bears leading this one 5-2. Noah Helton with his 3rd hit in game number 2. Drives in another run, and the Bears add a 3rd run here in the bottom of the 7th. Leading this one 5-2. Bring up Ryan Sarton to hit. So it was a 2-out triple by Bayo, a 1-out, a single by Maynard, and now a single by Helton, and the Bears leading this one 5-2.
And it all came off of the air to start the inning at third base.
McFarland will come set. Helton's on the run. Belcher's throw comes up. It'll be in time to retire Helton at second base. However, the Bears will add 3 to the scoreboard in the bottom of the 7th to take a 5-2 lead after 7 innings of play. Bears 5 runs, 5 hits, 1 error. And Campbellsville Tigers have 2 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. And Todd Papal-Crawl will go out for his 8th inning of work. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Welcome back to Johnny. We go to the 8th. The Bears leading this one 5-2 as they strung 3 straight hits together in the bottom of the 7th to score 3 runs. Crawl, 8th inning work. First pitch popped up, out of play off the Hoops Family Athletic Facility. Watch your head coming back. Everybody's safe. Always good though at first strike there in the inning. Crawl 7 innings, 2 runs, 2 strikeouts, 90 pitches. Change up, outside corner called strike 2. This is number 7. I believe this might be a pinch hitter.
Yes, you're right.
Fastball high and outside, ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So this is number 7.
It sure is. This is Logan Verbal. He started the first game.
Verbal will be hitting. Swung on. It'll be a base hit for Verbal here in the 8th. So Verbal was hitting for the shortstop White. So Fernandez will hop up immediately for the Bears in the pen. So the base hit to left field, and that's going to bring up Artiga, 1 for 3, the DH, here in game number 2. So again, this is the 4th time through the lineup for the Tigers facing Crawl. Change up, missed outside, ball 1. Got so somehow the baseball got from the bullpen to center field.
I was thinking the same thing.
So we got 1 ball, no strikes, nobody out here in the top of the 8th. Crawl will rock, fired, fastball, missed high and outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Again, Michael, I think the umpire has been very consistent once again today.
Yes, he sure has been. Both of them through these 2 games have been for sure.
2-0 delivery coming from Crawl. Pitch missed low and outside, 3 balls, no strike. This may be Crawl's last hitter.
That's what I was thinking. I'm thinking he's probably got a pretty short leash. He's already up to 96 pitches. Nolan's been thrown out there a lot. So
but then also this is the 4th time they're seeing him, though, too. So Crawl will come set. Miss low, be ball 4. And that will be the first 2 hitters will reach. And Coach Anderchuk's going to come out, and I would say you'll be seeing Nolan Fernandez. The tying run is at the plate. Coach Anderchuk's taking a long walk, heads down, not really making eye contact with Papaw Crawl yet. Let's see here. He's going to talk to Ty. Let's see what kind of salesman Ty Crawl is.
That was it certainly wasn't an immediate hook. It looks like it might not be happening.
So this will be Belcher, the catcher, the number 6 place hitter. So Anderchuk's going to leave Papaw. Coach Anderchuk was wanting to know where that last pitch was. He said that the umpire said it was low. And that's the way you properly communicate between coach and umpire. You don't have to complain about it. I'll tell you, where's it at? And he said the pitch is low. He said Swell's glove just came up. However, let's go back to Belcher. He is 0 for 3 here on the afternoon. So got runners at first and second, nobody out. Bears leading this one 5-2 here in the 8th inning. So Crawl will come set, checks the runner at second. Breaking ball, strike 1. So Verbal will lead off the single and as a pinch hitter, followed by a walk. That's how we are here in the 8th. Again, Belcher 0 for 3 so far here in game number 2. Swung on, popped up, down to the third baseline. Kirkman will call for it, makes the grab, and Ryan Sarton, the freshman, jumps to the bag to field it. To cover the bag. Nice job by the freshman. Kirkman will squeeze it, so it'll be a PO5 for the first out. Now that's going to bring up McQuarrie, the right fielder, who is 2 for 3. So he's got the better of Crawl so far.
Yeah, he had a single into right center field on a line drive, and then his last at bat, I believe he hit it off the end of the bat up the middle.
Just over Sarton's head. That's exactly right. So see if we can get a little 4-6-3 action, though. Crawl, check the runner, inside out move. He faked the throw, and he'll throw it this time. Again, this new college rule. So what is this, Jeremy? If you step off, you got to show the baseball. So you got to fake like you throw it or toss it or something. Okay. Got to be an attempt. Okay. So no count on the hitter. Craw wants Swells to go through the signs once again. Change up just missed. Is off the plate. Nice call by the umpire. 1 ball, no strikes. I really like the home plate umpire. He's got control of the game. He tells you immediately where the pitch was. Swung on, hit deep to right field. See if that ball will stay in the ballpark. Hilton's got it. Second out of the inning. He's going to tag from second. Sarton will eat it at second base. A baseball is hit deep, but Hilton did a nice job to field in right field. So Bears leading this one 5-2. Now they're 2 outs.
Yeah, I mean, that's where it helps that the Johnny is a deep field, because that was a good piece there by McCreary, but it was a pretty basic play out there. Wouldn't say it was a can of corn, but once he got there.
It's well hit baseball. Bring up the center fielder, 1 for 3 on the afternoon. Foggerness.
Yeah, he's fouled out to Eddie Bayo at first base his last 2 at-bats.
So the runner at first and third. The situation here, I don't know if they'll start the runner at first. I would doubt it here in the 8th. Breaking ball, strike 1. Fernandez still continues to throw for the Bears in the pen. Let's see if Crawl can get out of the 8th. 0-1 delivery upcoming from Powpaw. Nice job, Mikey Swells, to block the baseball. I run to count to a ball and a strike. So Verbal led off with a single. Ortega walked. Belcher popped out. McQuarrie flew out. I got a 1-1 count on the hitter. Fastball just outside. 2 balls and a strike. So this is the 8th place hitter in the lineup.
This is a big moment for Campbellsville here. If they're not able to put up any runs, it's going to be tough for them in the 9th.
Breaking ball, strike 2. Deuce was wild here in the 8th. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Powpaw Craw showing leadership. Swung on, hit towards Freeze in center field. Squeezes it for the 3rd out. Powpaw Craw showing some emotion coming off the mound. Excellent job by Powpaw to come out, work out of a jam. So we go to the bottom of the 8th. The Bears leading this one 5-2. Due up for the Bears in the bottom half. It will be Sarton, Revolt, and Miller. You're watching Bears baseball on the UPIKE Sports Network, presented by Appalachian Wireless. Welcome back to the Johnny as we go to the bottom half of the 8th. The Bears trying to add to their lead. McFarland will, let's see here. What is McFarland? Let me begin his 5th inning of work. Fastball misses high and inside. He's pitched 3 1/3. So technically, this will be his 4th inning of work. Swung on off the UPIKE Gymnasium.
Yeah, so we see Sarton back out there. Noah Helton got thrown out trying to steal. So Sarton gets another crack at it up there.
1-1 delivery coming from McFarland. Fastball missed high and inside. Bears trying to win the 3rd straight game, and the first time all season trying to win 2 consecutive Mid-South Conference games. Swung on, fouled off at the plate. Two balls and 2 strikes here on the Sarton. Breaking ball missed outside. And that should fill it up at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Swung on, fouled off. Nice job by the freshman to hang around.
I think you were going to see Fernandez out there next inning. He'll be coming out for the save opportunity.
Fastball missed low and outside. That'll be ball 4. And I'll bring up Cam Revolt. Revolt 0 for 3 here in game number 2. Just a situation where you can add a couple more runs and get above that 4-run advantage.
Yeah, if they get one more run, it wouldn't be a save.
Well, I'm talking about more where one swing of the bat wouldn't tie it up, so you get
true.
above a 4-run advantage. Sarton takes a shorter lead at first base. Ball in the dirt, gets away from Belcher. Revolt, the ball 1. So the umpire said Revolt did not interfere with Belcher. He called it a strike. Ball in the dirt, though. So it's an 0-1 count on Revolt. Okay. Pitch outside and low. So that should even it at 1. A ball and a strike. Which would make sense. That's when Cam swung and he goes. Starting to get his lead at second base. Breaking ball outside. 2 balls and a strike. They've seen something on the scouting report. Revolt saw a lot of breaking balls today, folks. Belcher will call time, go out and talk to McFarland. See a little bit of action down in the Campbellsville bullpen.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they do bring somebody out to pitch. I would think that the only way McFarland's going to come out of the game is if he really gets in some trouble, gives up a few more runs. But yeah, I would think for the most part this is going to be his inning.
I agree with that. The action you see down there, just they're doing some band work just in case, like you said, in case the wheels fall off the bus here. 2-1 delivery. Swung on, baseball hit hard to right field. Going back, right fielder make the grab. Somebody yelled balk. Yep, so Revolt will hit. Sarton will advance to the 3rd. So it should be 2 balls and a strike. I'm not sure who called the balk.
Yeah, I didn't hear it either.
I heard him yell balk because Sarton was already coming to 3rd. So now it puts Sarton to 3rd with nobody out, 2 balls and a strike. Now Campbellsville will bring the defense in. So this is your job, just hit the baseball to the outfield. 2 balls and a strike. Revolt drove that one too. Breaking ball, caught the inside corner, even at 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, that was a good looking pitch. I think Revolt was confused just
Yeah,
like a couple other ones. I
he-
think he thought that he was going to get a strike
Yeah.
called on the balk as he hit it to center or hit it to right. So I think he thought he struck out.
That's all right. Let's just make contact, drive a run in. 2-2 count upcoming to Revolt. Ball in the dirt, gets away from Belcher. Bounces off of Revolt. And that filled up at 3 balls and 2 strikes, and DeMarco Miller waits on deck for the Bears.
And that was one of those where Belcher, I think the ball would have definitely come out a little bit further, and I would have been curious if Sarton would have tried to come home had it not hit Revolt.
Ball in the dirt, gets away from Belcher. That's exactly what you just described there. That'll be ball 4. And I'll bring up DeMarco Miller hit with runners on first and second. And for McFarland.
Still not seeing anybody getting real loose out there for Campbellsville. Still seems like they're going to keep their trust in McFarland.
Be McFarland's second walk of the afternoon. So Miller will hit, and then Kirkman will be on deck, but I think we may be having a pinch hitter for Kirkman, potentially. So runners at first and third. Revolt will get his lead. Miller shows a bunt. It's a squeeze. And Miller almost beat it out of first base. Sarton will score. Revolt will advance. The Bears lead this one 6-2. Nice job to Marco Miller. And Greg Lyle will hit for Jared Kirkman as well.
So my question is, would that be a sacrifice bunt and be a RBI for DeMarco Miller?
Correct, yes. That's the old-fashioned squeeze play. So now that run is huge because now one swing of the bat for Campbellsville will only tie the game, and now got a little bit more action for the Tigers in their bullpen. So Lyle will be getting his first at-bat of the day. Revolt will get the lead at second. Fastball just missed outside. So Lyle will dig in to face McFarland. Fastball missed high and inside, 2 balls and no strikes. He's affectionately known as Greg G2. His dad is known as G1. Hopefully Daddy Lyle is tuning in to see this at bat. Let's see him drive this run in as well. Swung on, hit to the shortstop. He'll come up with a long throw at first base. He come off the bag. That should be a base hit as he left his feet. Nice job, Greg Lyle, to get another hit for the Bears here in the 8th. Now we'll have a re-entry. Kirkman will re-enter to run for Greg Lyle at first. Nice job, Greg Lyle, to get a runner on. Base hit. So I'll bring up Mikey Swells, who does not have an official at-bat here in game number 2 yet.
Yeah, a couple sack bunts and a hit by pitch.
Breaking ball, he said he bunted at the baseball, and I'm not for sure if I agree with that one. And Coach Anderchuk, I think, agrees with me, but however, it's no balls and a strike. It's one of those things Mikey may have to show a little bit quicker. So Mita will take a look here at third base. Swells. 0-1 delivered to him. He shows bunt once again. Fastball missed low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. So Michael Pagano, we've been calling for more bunts all season. The Bears have utilized that to their offensive advantage today.
I mean, it really is amazing how much pressure it does put on the defense because from a defensive perspective, you think, all right, I just pick it up, throw it over to first base, it's an easy out, but it just changes everything, and it puts just a ton of pressure. And really just putting the ball in play can put a ton of pressure on the team.
1-1, swung on, still attempt by Revolt, and he's out of third for the second out. So as it swung on a miss at the plate for the second strike. And that situation, folks, you just got to slide into third base. I know he's trying to avoid the tag. I'm not sure exactly what Coach Anderchuk wanted there. So it's no ball. Pickoff attempt to second base, not in time. Kirkman will stay there. So got a ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Swell's hitting. So Kirkman will be credited with a stolen base. Revolt will be credited, a charge will be caught stealing. Breaking ball swung on and miss. Belcher will throw on to side to first base to retire the Bears here in the 8th. However, they add one more, and we go to the 9th inning. The Bears leading this one 6-2 after 8 innings of play. And we will have a new pitcher. Nolan Fernandez will be entering the game for the Bears. After 8, the Bears 6 runs, 6 hits. They're gonna The Bears have 6 runs, 6 hits. They got an error. Campbellsville's got 2 runs, 9 hits, and 1 error. So let's leave it right here, Michael. As far as the Bears have their 3 outs away. 3 outs away from winning the 3rd straight game, moved to 12-18, and moving 4-6 in the Mid-South Conference. And for the first time all season, they have an opportunity to win 2 consecutive Mid-South Conference games. So let's go back to Tuesday afternoon, though, Michael, where the Bears come down from 8-1 and come back and win in a walk-off fashion on Tuesday against Emory Henry. How big is that momentum come from Tuesday into Friday?
It really is. It's huge because sometimes you just need to win a game and feel what it is like to win a game, and that's exactly what they were able to do. And winning it in such dramatic fashion was great, too. You got a lot of momentum coming into today. And no, have you been swinging the bats like you were in that game? No, but you're not going to swing the bats like you did in that game very often. They were able to come in, win a pitcher's duel in game 1, and then now win pretty much a pitcher's duel here in game 2. They're
definitely
winning 6-2, and we'll see if they're able to close it out. But, yeah, that was huge. It just gives you a lot of momentum being able to win a game like that because there's been a couple games this year there that they didn't win close games, and being able to win a close one like that against Emory and Henry was great.
So Fernandez will enter the game. I don't know if you have stats on anything on Nolan.
So Nolan is making his team-leading 11th appearance of the season. He's thrown 20 2/3, 2-1 on the season. He does have a save, so this isn't a save opportunity right now at least. And he's struck out 24 for the Bears, which is tied for second on the team.
So Fernandez will face 9-1-2 sides. Uzi and Gonzalez. So, folks at home, if you want what is considered to be a safe situation, the tying run has to come to the plate. Let's hope we don't see him this inning. Fernandez first pitch, fastball outside. Still got some movement down in the bullpen for the Bears. I'm not sure who it is throwing. There's a couple guys throwing down there. Fastball, strike 1. Even to count a ball and a strike.
The biggest thing with Nolan is being able to come out of the bullpen throwing strikes. If he's able to do that, he is tough to hit.
Ball gets away from the bullpen for the Campbellsville Tigers. Time is called. Now Fernandez hops right back on the mound. Umpire says play ball. 1-1 delivery upcoming from the senior right-hander. Pitch miss outside.
So if the game would stand now, Crawl would get the win, and I believe it would be McFarland would get the loss.
That's correct. Swung on, hit to the right side. Helped him keep the baseball in front of him. We saw his first hit of the day. I bring up Uzi, the top part of the lineup. He's 2 for 4.
Yeah, he had the double in the left center field in his last at bat where Freeze
was
able to come up with it, but he got the double.
This is a situation where you just got to, got to get the first out. Throw first pitch strike. Ball almost hit him. Ball 1.
I think the guys down in the pen for the Bears right now are emergency pitchers.
Yeah, they got 2 pitchers throwing with each other just in case, like you talked about. 1-0 delivery. Fastball, strike 1. Fernandez had that one weekend earlier in the year. He appeared in 3 of the 4 games against Cleary. Swung on, hit up the middle. Revolt fields it to Sarton for 1. Not in time to get a runner at second base. We go 1 out of time. That's okay. That'll retire Sides at second base. Fielder's choice. I bring up Gonzalez, the second baseman, who's 1 for 4.
The one hit, though, was the home run to give them their 2 runs.
Even the count at 1, a ball and a strike. Fernandez will come set. Breaking ball, swung on, hit down the left field line. That should be foul. It is. I run the count to a ball and 2 strikes. This is a role that Nolan Fernandez enjoys, folks. He's told me he's trying to work on just trying to stay locked in. Hits it past Kirkman. That's through his legs. And that'll be runners at first and second and 1 out. So I think that would be, is that the first, that would be the second error of the day for the Bears or the first one?
It'll be the second error.
Yeah.
We had the error on Cameron Volt in the very first inning. So that brings up.
So the home plate umpire is talking to the Campbellsville dugout. Try to see if I know what happened there, Jeremy. So it was through the bat, ended up hitting the umpire, which that's the warning. However, now let's talk about Minta. This runner's at first and second. Brings up Minta to the third baseman. He's 1 for 4 here in game number 2.
Yep. So one hit was off Ty Crawl's foot.
Fernandez comes set. Breaking ball, strike 1.
So I believe if the next batter were to come up, it would turn into a safe
correct,
situation.
yeah.
Or I guess if he were to reach.
Well, it's actually already a safe situation because now you have runners on. Well, no, you're exactly. No, you have to have another run face out, right. Either score a run or another run or hit. But I tell you what, I think Fernandez will be fine not getting a save, though, right?
Yes, it would be.
That's no balls, 2 strikes on a Minta, though. Fernandez will come set. Rocks, fires, fastball, miss high and outside. Exactly where he wanted to throw that one, though. I run the count to a ball and 2 strikes. White is on deck. But remember, Verbal hit for him last time.
Yes, so White is 0 for 3 in the game. But like you said, he didn't hit in his last at-bat. Or his last time around, it was Verbal.
1-2, swung on, hit the left field. Miller goes back, goes all the way to the wall, finds the wall, makes the grab against the left field wall for the second out of the inning. That's the way to use the whole field, Nolan Fernandez. That's okay. So the Bears are 1 out away from winning their 3rd straight game and their consecutive Mid-South Conference contest.
4 and 6 in the conference.
1 out away. So let's bring up White, the shortstop. As Michael told you, 0 for 3 here in game number 2.
Set a pair of fielder's choices, and he lined out to the shortstop.
So we got plays in all the bags here, folks. Fernandez. Fastball. There we go. Strike 1. Nolan's done a better job keeping composure on the mound. He's not working as quickly. He's not rushing, I should say. 0-1 delivery upcoming. Fastball just missed. A ball and a strike. Good velocity right now from the senior right-hander. One delivery upcoming. Fastball swung on and missed. One pitch away from moving to 12-18 on the season. 4-6 in the Mid-South. 3 straight W's. 1 pitch away. Fastball high and out. Deuces wild here in the ninth. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. If White's able to reach, Ortega would hit next. Gets his sign from Swells. Gets what he wants. Not even checking him under at second base. Now we'll take a look at him. Swung on and missed. Bears win. Bears win. As the Bears will win their 3rd consecutive game. Their 2nd consecutive Mid-South Conference game. The first time all season as they win, as we already have, what's title of this song?
A hockey song.
It's a hockey song, and Coach Cody Anderchuk, the head coach, that's his song. So the Bears will move to 12-18 on the season. 3 straight wins, folks, over an NCAA Division II school on Tuesday, and then 2 Mid-South Conference wins here, all here at the Johnny. So we'll get the final stats as they update here with you, folks. So the Bears go 6 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors. Campbellsville has scored 2 runs on 10 hits. They commit an error. Pitching-wise for the Tigers, Bromstead started going 3 2/3, only gave 1 hit, 2 runs, walked 4, struck out 4. McFarland's going to be charged with a loss, 4 1/3, 5 hits, 4 runs, only 1 earned. Gave up 2 walks and struck out 2 for the Bears. Ty Crawl goes 8 innings, gives up 9 hits, 2 runs, both earned, walked 1, struck out 2. He's credited for the win. And Fernandez comes in, 1 inning pitched, 1 hit.
No save.
Huh?
No save.
No save. So 1 inning pitch, 1 hit, and 1 strikeout. However, folks, I'm sure that Nolan Fernandez can care less about that save. As Michael Pagano and I was discussing, it's a save situation, but the Bears win this one 6-2 after they took a 2-1 first game. So, Michael, again, let's rewind one more time to Tuesday afternoon against Emory and Henry. Think about this in the 6th inning. The Bears are down 8-1. Actually, the 7th inning on Tuesday of how it has changed since Tuesday. They're down 8-1 in the 7th. They come back and win in the walk-off in the 9th, 12-11. They come out in game 1 today, win that 2-1. They come out and it's tied 2-2. And then a 2-out triple from Eddie Bayo. Was that in the 7th or the 8th today for Bayo? It was in the back in the 7th. So back in the 7th, 2-out triple from Eddie Bayo. And then you had a Tyler Maynard single, and then you had a Noah Helton single, had 3 hits in this game. And the Bears take this one 6-2. Momentum's on their side right now. Things are coming. And also, let's talk about the bunting, how this has made a huge difference. Lineup change this week, utilizing the bunt. Let's more. I'm talking too much here, Michael. I'm getting too excited. Bears baseball, playing good baseball right now.
I was going to say, yeah, they stole 5 bases in that second game. They got thrown out a couple times too, but like I said, I really think that Bethel game kind of changed I don't know if that's the case or not, but like Bethel was running all over them. They were bunting all over the Bears, and I think the Bears took a little bit of that from the Wildcats and have been using it in their own game.
But also defensively, we've done a better job fielding the bunts, or defending the bunt, I should say.
That's true. They have been. They've been. I can't think of an error they've had on a bunt. And it's just, but it really does. When you're able to put down bunts like that, it puts a lot of pressure on the other team, and they were able to do it. I mean, that's exactly what you want to do. Just do anything you can to put pressure on the other team.
I'm going to pull up. I won't have updated standing, but I'll tell you where the Bears would stand as of today, if we can. Let me pull this up real quick for you folks. So coming in the game, the Bears are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. At 3-6, so they pick up this 4th win, so that will move them up It was 8th. They will stay in 8th. What that does is they'll put a little bit more space between from the 9th, 10th, 11th place teams. Lindsey Wilson and Cumberland and Bethel, they all have 6 wins. That's the 3 teams above them. So they're moving closer to that middle part of the pack right now. But, again, the Bears are playing some good baseball. So tune in tomorrow, folks. Game 3 will be a 9-inning ball game as we'll wrap up the series with the Campbellsville Tigers as the Bears will go for the sweep. I'm sure it'll probably be Austin Weatherton on the mound for the Bears. First pitch scheduled for noon?
Noon, yes.
So noon. So tune in. Michael Pagano will be bringing the action. I'm not sure if Alec will be on the call with him. We appreciate you guys tuning in. Any final words?
No, it was a great day, and that's exactly what the Bears needed. They needed to be able to sweep a team like Campbell's. Well, not sweep them yet. Potentially sweep a team like Campbellsville. Sweep them for the day. Get a lot of momentum, and they're going to be feeling really good coming into tomorrow. And tomorrow might be the same conditions, so we'll see what the Bears are able to do.
First 3-game winning streak of the season for the Bears. So, guys, well, again, it's a great day to be a Bear. We appreciate you guys tuning into the UPIKE Sports Network and watching Bears baseball as the Bears win 2-1 and 6-2. For Michael Pagano, Gary Justice, and Alec Morgan, my name is Gary Justice. Go Bears. Appreciate you guys watching Bears baseball.